लाइव होगा कर दो। Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you. We are gathered here at OB Jindal University for the International Conference on Enabling Conservation through Digital Engagement. This conference is a confluence of brilliant minds, passionate advocates, and dedicated professionals, all united by a shared commitment to the preservation and celebration of our heritage. As we embark on this two-day exploration, discussion, and discovery journey, I invite you to engage, share, and collaborate. Together, let's envision a future where conservation and digital engagement go hand in hand, ensuring that our past continues to illuminate our future. As we commence our inaugural session, I would invite our esteemed dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony. Dr. Sanjeev Sahani, Professor Dr. Jaideep Chatterjee, Professor R. Sudarshan, Mr. Robert Keefe, Dr. Bente Wolf, and Dr. Ishwara Tipnis. Thank you. I would now request our guest to be on the podium for felicitation. Dr. Sahani would be felicitating Bente Wolf, Dr. Bente Wolf. Can we please have the mementos on the stage, please? Thank you. हम तो माइक से दूर होकर बोलना है। ठीक है ठीक है। हम थोड़ा सा दूर होकर बोलना। I now request Dr. Jaideep Chatterjee to felicitate Dr. Ishwara Tipnis. दोनों के साथ माइक के पास में तो बोलने के लिए फोन आ रहा है अंदर से। कर दिया भाई, कर दिया वो। Dr. R. Sudarshan would now felicitate Mr. Robert Keefe. Kindly take your seats and we'll begin our inaugural session. Thank you. To start the conference and set the tone of our conference, I have the honor of inviting Professor of Eminence Dr. Sanjeev P. Sahani, founder and principal director of JIPS and advisor to the Vice Chancellor, to the podium for the welcome. Please.
Very good morning and a warm welcome to all the delegates and students. I'm really wondering that how School of Art and Architecture could manage to get 100% students in this performance art academy, because that's not the usual scene we could see in this university. But my compliments to the dean and the compliments to all the students that you are here. When Jaideep came and told me that there is a conference on enabling conservation through digital engagement, and I was wondering why he's asking me to come, because I'm a student of psychology. And then I'm going to be 60 next month. I must have attended thousands and thousands of conferences and there were talks, but I was wondering, what does it mean? Because I come from Himachal Pradesh, and in Himachal Pradesh, the very important position is called Chief Conservative Officer. For us, the conservation is only for forest, nothing more than this. This is what we have learned in the schools over the period. When I came to the Delhi, I've understood, no. Conservation is not only forest, but it could be values, it could be heritage, it could be buildings, it could be many things, human or marine or anything, and which is important. So when I thought that he must not have got a better person than me, so he could settle with me, so that's why I'm here. I want to tell you a few things. First, as I said, it's a welcome address. For the delegates, we established in 2009. We have 12 schools, 3 research institutes. We have 10,000 students. We have 1:9 faculty-student ratio. We are Institute of Eminence. All good things, which over the period you will come to know. But just a small message which I would like to give you as a student of psychology. The most important thing for me is conservation of values. And this can be enabled through digital engagement. And that is happening, in fact. Like my own daughter left India 10 years back, and now every religious function, if we are celebrating through the FaceTime or through whatever, we are engaging them. So what does it mean? Otherwise, when my brother left for US 45 years back, probably he's not celebrating the religious functions anymore, because at that point of a time, there were hardly any through digital engagement we could do that. And especially, India can do wonders. I have a lot of statistics. The digital transformation has happened only in economy in India as of now. We are doing 12 times more digital transactions, combining North America and Europe, 12 times more, and 4 times more than in China itself. This is India, and it is growing at a rapid state. And also, I want to tell you in economy, because most of the students are sitting here, I want to give a very brief message. As of today, the GDP is as of today, $3.76 trillion. This is a World Bank report last week. 52% of this GDP is coming through service sector, and around 26 from agriculture and 24 from manufacturing. Now, just see that in 2013, next 7 years, this is going to become a $7 trillion, and from 52% service industry, it is going to be 56%. That means you people, youngsters, are going to generate almost $2 trillion in India. You people, you are going to be the most productive time and most productive manpower, because India is going to be the most productive state till 2070, because as we know that demographic dividend, 30 75% people are less than 35. You people. Now, there are many more things. If I talk about FDIs and everything, what all is happening in this country is amazing. We are using digital engagement in almost all spheres. If you talk about unicorns, if you talk about startups, we are probably one of the top in the world. It is through digital engagement. Now, when we are talking about conservation, conservation for me, the most important is because we know that whatever the values I have today, whatever you are or I am today, are the reflection of 0 to 5 years of age. That's what we say, but in India we say 0 to 7 years of age. How I'm going to, now this is also a conservation, getting the values from my parents, mostly peers, as well as early school childhood. That is what we are. And can I conserve these kind of things? Can I, even when we are not staying together, can I pass on to others through digital engagement? Every minute in India, 25 to 30 people are migrating from rural India to an urban India. Every minute, almost 30 people are migrating. Conservation comes there. Conserving values, conservation of buildings, conservation when they are traveling, they are carrying those kind of values and systems, how we can conserve those, how we can go back. Not many people are going back to the rural India. They said in 2030, over 600 million people will be staying in an urban area. Then how we are going to conserve these values and all that. That is a thought which I would like to request all of you to think about it. Other than the art and architecture and heritage and other things, I think conserving values are equally important. And rather, for me, it is more important to have a better India. Great. I give my best wishes for this particular conference. And I know one of the most stalwarts in this field, they are here. I have offered them that anytime they would like to have an office meeting space for your research projects, and I would request all the students to involve themselves with them, as well as get the full benefit of these August people who have come for this particular conference, and healthy discussion. Don't think that Jaideep has asked you to come and you are sitting here. Bombard these resource people with questions, and then they should also take a good memories of this place. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sahani. I now invite Dr. Jaideep Chatterjee, Dean, Jindal School of Art and Architecture, to introduce the conference, its aims and ideas.
Thank you, Dr. Sahani, for giving that welcome address. Good morning, everyone. I am Jaideep Chatterjee, and I'm the Dean of the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. And I have the pleasure of introducing this conference to you all today. This conference, entitled Enabling Conservation Through Digital Engagement, Policies, Publics, and Expertise, is the culmination of a long and larger project called the Restoration Toolbox. It actually has multiple partners, which include delegations of the European Union to India, Alliance Française, Delhi, the Institut Français in India, the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in India, the Austrian Embassy New Delhi, Embassy of Spain in India, Aishwarya Tipnis Architects, Jogaropolis, the Just Environment Toxic Links, JSA OP Jindal Global University, the Foundation Platonique, and utopian. The conference itself is quite singular as it deals with a somewhat shifted and newer terrain of conservation that has emerged over the last 2 decades. No longer limited to objects, but yes, about values, about the field of conversation now includes domains of materiality, of migration, of making, of climate action, of the technopolitical. This conference aims to interrogate and unpack these expanded terrains through 5 different yet somewhat related themes. The first theme is that of authority, expertise, and experts. Here, the conference seeks to ask whose knowledge is it anyway that frames, disseminates, legitimizes conservation? Is heritage to remain a hallowed ground as it did in its nascent stages, documented by experts, explained by historians, maintained by the state and or private entities, and visited only by those with some access to certain forms of capital? Or can we think of it differently? A second theme is that of conservation and technology. The question that this gathering tries to ask here are, how are and can digital technologies reforge and reframe our understanding of the very nature of expertise that remakes, categorizes, repairs, reuses our extant built environment? We also aim to ask, how can emerging technologies, especially digital ones, prevent a vast removal of many sections of the built environment from the here and now of the people, and foreground the multiple ways in which buildings matter to people? The third theme is that of policy and governance as it relates to conservation. Here, the issue is regarding not only policies of buildings and on buildings, but can we rethink the very basis of how we approach the entire terrain of conservation? Can we begin to think of it as a rights-based issue instead of an ownership or even a taxonomy? Finally, there's the theme of publics, which includes issues of access and scale. That is, can we think of people-centric and community-centric methods of restoration which allow access and participation? Furthermore, how must the problem of scale and accessibility be formulated in order to find scalable and accessible solutions? This conference has 8 panels which unpacks these themes and questions through multiple ways. For example, Utopian in their panel, will share with us their experience of how adaptive reuse pushes conservation to its limits by incorporating material, technopolitical, social, environmental, and economic aspects. They will also talk to us about how this shift has highlighted the need for reflection on governance, models, policies to regulate and promote adaptive reuse projects. Another panel will look at how the act of repairing things, of caring for them in a way, promotes the idea of circularity and circular economies. Yet another panel will explore the intersection of participatory governance and financing in the context of heritage and architectural professions. This discussion will provide a platform to understand the potential lessons and strategies that can be applied to ensure sustainable preservation of physical assets and non-tangible assets too, while fostering collaborative engagement. Each panel, as you will realize, is extremely interdisciplinary and comprises people from diverse walks of life, diverse contexts, and those who come with multiple forms of knowledges and experiences. The idea here is to initiate a conversation which will hopefully become a sustained dialogue, which will then enable paradigmatic shifts in the way we think, build, discuss, frame not only the question of conservation transnationally, but also the larger question of built environment today. This we will also hope realize are not really unrelated issues. I thank all our partners and all our participants for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterjee. I would now like to invite Mr. Robert Kieft, Program Manager, Unit Brussels, to introduce the European Spaces of Culture, European Spaces of Culture is testing innovative collaboration models in cultural relations between European and local partner organizations in countries outside the EU. Please, can we have a round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Kieft. As introduced, project manager for the European Spaces of Culture at UNIC in Brussels. It's my great pleasure to be here with you today. I'll explain a little bit what UNIC is and what European Spaces of Culture is. But most of all, glad to join this conference, and thank you to the university for hosting this very important event. UNIC is the network of national cultural institutes from the European Union member states, all European Union member states plus the UK and Ukraine by now. What we do is our members, with their global networks, together with their local partners, organize projects, events, activities that are based on equal partnerships, that are based on what is needed locally, and we advocate for culture to be a topic in the EU's foreign policy instruments. European Spaces of Culture is the project that I manage, and it is a program that tests how our membership works together with their local partners in an equal way, in projects that could or not necessarily have a certain global shared agenda. So our projects mainly address topics such as climate action, human rights, heritage conservation as well, and many, many, many of the other global topics that were also just raised already. And basically what we do is we fund a number of pilot projects, as we call them, to examine a little bit how this collaboration process is going. We don't necessarily dictate what these projects should be about. Actually, conversely, these projects, they are all based on a local consultation with partners, based on what is a local challenge, what is a local need. So we encourage co-creation rather than, if you will, a top-down assignment from Brussels headquarters, be they us in Brussels or be they in other European capitals. So this program, European Spaces, is by now one of the most strategic actions at EU level to put, let's say, the values of contemporary cultural relations into practice. I have to say, we are not part of the EU. We are an independent foundation in Brussels, but we do work together with the EU, which gives us a lot of freedom, fortunately. So this year what we've done is we've supported 8 projects across the globe, the Restoration Toolbox being one of them. And these projects, they range from an international community film festival in Colombia to an arts and disability festival in Angola, or the construction of an augmented reality app in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and many, many others. So we don't necessarily have a specific topic or a focus in these projects. What they have in common is that what I said before. You know, these are projects that are not dictated from organizations in Brussels, that are based on what is needed locally. And these collaborations, they should also all be based on equality. So all the different partners involved, they were just mentioned, and of course I will thank them at some point too. They should all have equal access to decision making, to implementation, evaluation, the whole process of project management. And what's also really important about these projects is that they have the potential to be scaled up over time, and also to be replicable or exportable to other contexts. Because, of course, a topic like this, also conservation of heritage, is very important in India, but it's of course also important in other parts of the world. And I think the Restoration Toolbox, with all the activities and with the toolbox itself being developed, is, I think, a very good example of how such projects can be both scalable and exportable to other regions. And we also see with the Restoration Toolbox this true spirit of equality, of partnerships and generosity towards one another as partners, which is really important for us to test. You don't necessarily see that on the surface when you join an event or when you participate in an activity. But behind the scenes, this process of partnership building and collaboration is really, really important also for the EU if they want to be taken seriously in the rest of the world. So the restoration toolbox, we see all these different elements in place. One other element I do want to highlight is, of course, this duality of the approach towards local communities and towards policymakers. And I think this is also really important for us, because we want to advocate for culture and everything that falls under the umbrella for culture in policy making. So we really welcome also this approach to put the findings, the learnings from the last year now to the policy level. So I just want to thank to conclude all the partners of this project. Of course, Aishwarya and Jugadopoulos for initiating, conceptualizing the project. All the partners, Toxic Link, the university, of course, Utopian, and Platonique, for bringing in the different expertises, complementarities, knowledges, and networks, and our members based in India, the Alliance Française de Delhi, the Institut Français, the Danish Cultural Institute joining later, and the embassies of the Netherlands, Spain, and Austria, and the delegation of the EU to India, because I just want to highlight for them, they together have also demonstrated that a European approach to projects doesn't necessarily have to mean the promotion of a diversity of cultures or the promotion of one European culture, which also still happens. But, there's other ways to get involved and to have like a real true impact and meaning to local societies. But most of all, for the collective effort of all these different partners together to make this project happen, because that's basically the spirit of European Spaces of Culture. So thank you again. And I wish you a very pleasant and fruitful conference the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Dr. Aishwarya Tipnis to introduce the restoration toolbox. Can we please have a round of applause?
Yeah, so just
video become
वीडियो सेंड करना है जूम पे वीडियो सेंड
मुझे बस दो वीडियो दिखानी है
कौन सी
रिएक्शन करके अब इसमें जो इसमें जो morning and digital technologies, there's always a glitch. So, good morning. I'm Aishwarya Tipnis. I'm a heritage architect and the project lead for this particular project. And I would like to share with you what our project is about in two videos. I'd rather do less talking and let you see for yourself.
मैसेज करवा देता हूँ
Which is doing it. So, just to talk about the history of the restoration toolbox.
स्विच कर दो
The restoration toolbox is an open source online platform, but it's much more than a website. It is a space where different people who have connections with heritage come together and collaborate to save heritage. So the idea of the restoration toolbox is that anyone who wants to be
participating in the process of heritage conservation now has the tools to do it. It's been something that we've been working on for many years, and the beautiful part of the Restoration Toolbox is that it has been co-created with various students across the country. And today, when I stand here, I think it's absolutely amazing to see how impact the students can have on such a important aspect of heritage conservation. So we're just waiting for the tech to work out, and then you can see presentation.
ये है ना वीडियो को प्ले करो वो आ रहा है तो यहाँ पे नहीं तो कुछ और चलना है
Unfortunately, we are losing out on repair, and I have in the last 20 years that I've worked in this field, I'm realizing that many of the skill sets that we had for repairs is vanishing. We don't have trades that we had before, that we so proudly went down the street, especially in India, and got things repaired. We are not having that. Make repairs not only as a as an event or a thought, but it should come as a policy direction, and it should be my right to get things repaired. When I talk about right, at the moment I don't get it as a right. I exercise an option of repair.
अप्रोक्सीमेटली जहाँ तक मेरा तजुर्बा है, जो लोग इसके साथ वाबस्ता है, जो ये काम करते हैं, मेरे ख्याल से जितनी भी बिल्डिंग्स मेरे खुद देखी है और मेरे फोटोग्राफ्स भी उसकी, लगभग 10-15 बिल्डिंग्स को ये सामान कलेक्ट करके।
So there should be a collective available for people like me and for others who are doing similar things, where they could get the right advice. Sometimes the right advice can save the antiquity of the heritage.
According to Goldman Sachs, which is one of the largest investment bank in the world, 30 crore jobs are going to be
I would just like to say that do explore the platform and play with it and figure out in how you can participate in this process of coming together to restore heritage. Um, for us, it's a passion project, and there's so much to say. And maybe another time, I will dwell into the deeper details of the project. But I'm here, and if anyone has any questions, you can come to me, and I'd be more than happy to share. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tiklis. Moving ahead, we now have Professor R. Sudarshan, Dean of Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, to talk to us about a rights-based approach to heritage conservation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jaideep, the School of Architecture, to invite me to join this event. If you wondered why is the Dean of the School of Government and Public Policy here, you just need to look at the concept note for this conference, because it has many key words that are very, very close to and that we deal with in the School of Government and Public Policy. There's governance, there's policy, there's publics. These are, part of the theme, and I've been asked to speak about a rights-based approach to the conservation of heritage. And there I would say that having worked for 22 years at the United Nations Development Program, for much of that time I've sort of, breathed in and breathed out a rights-based approach to development, completely satiated with it. There is a bit of history to this term, rights-based approach to something. And that's to do with the Declaration, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which provided for, which is a wonderful document. And the committee that drafted it was chaired by Eleanor Roosevelt, who was the First Lady. And we had distinguished participants from India on that committee that drafted it. Eleanor Roosevelt famously said that human rights, here rights means human rights. Human rights begin at home. It begins in small places. It's not, some grand declaration made from, the podiums in the United Nations in New York or Geneva. But there was a contestation over the idea of human rights. The Declaration has a whole set of wonderful rights. In my new office, I have the Human Rights Declaration gifted to me by the chairman of the Human Rights Commission of Mongolia in Mongolian. Right? It's written top down, vertically. So it's an important document in whatever language you wish to read it in. But there was a difference of opinion in the United Nations over a set of rights which was called civil and political liberties, and a set of rights which were called social, economic, and cultural rights, which forced the UN to draft, instead of the one convention on human rights, two conventions, one dealing with civil and political liberties, which the Western countries favored, and the other on social, economic, and cultural rights, which the socialist countries, led by the Soviet Union at that time, favored. And so you had this divide. Some countries ratified the one convention, but not the other. Some countries have not ratified any of the two conventions. Myanmar is one such country. Others. So it was only in 1993 the UN organized a conference on human rights in Vienna, when the entire world body agreed, all the member states of the United Nations agreed that all human rights in the Civil and Political Liberties Convention and the Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights Convention are one set of human rights. They are indivisible and are equally important, even though some of these rights have to be progressively realized, whereas other rights, the remedy for the violation could be more quickly enforced. So if your right to free speech is violated, the remedy to it is to tell the state, don't interfere with your right to publish or speak. But the right to education is something that will take time. It has to be progressively realized, because the state there has to provide for schools and universities and so on. So we got to a point where then the UN in 2003, all the UN agencies came together and agreed upon a document or a statement on a rights-based approach to development, a human rights-based approach to development, which emphasizes really that in any development process, you should put people at the center, provide for the participation of all people who are involved in whatever you're doing, and to have transparency and accountability. So these values were incorporated. Now, like many things, I must say, often this rights-based approach. So in the case of heritage and digital technology, digital engagement, you can see there are technically various advances that are possible. One, firstly, the old distinction between monuments and conserving them and as buildings, not taking into account that wherever there's a building, there are people, and to forget that there are people, and to say what we'll focus on is the building. Whether it's the restoration of the Angkor Wat temple in Cambodia, I mean, there's a community of people who are intimately connected to that temple, but you may go about it saying this is a conservation task. We are, engineers and we are conservators. We don't bother about people. So that distinction between the heritage, which is intangible, which is blended with buildings, that line has now become blurred. And in the case of digital technology, you can, in fact, it enables you to document who are the people, what are the backgrounds, you do surveys of the people in the area. So once you're able to do that, you've taken the first step towards a rights-based approach, because you firstly got people in there, at the center of your attention. But often it's been seen, the rights-based approach has been seen as something legalistic. And it's far from legalistic. I mean, yes, the idea of a right is connected to law. The idea of a right is connected to somebody having a claim and somebody having the duty to fulfill the right? So you had a comment that repair of a building is not a right. He said it's a option, right? But if it is a right, then there is somebody who has to bear the duty to ensure that you have the right. So we have examples of that. The Supreme Court pronounced education to be a right, and then we have the Right to Education Act. There is a right to a livelihood, which the Supreme Court interpreted as part of the right to life, which means when you can't, move pavement dwellers and throw them outside the city without giving some access to the livelihoods which they need, and so on. So there are advances. So our employment guarantee scheme is part of a rights-based approach. So it's no longer charity, no longer give you some food or some money because you're in need. It becomes an entitlement, and it becomes an enforceable entitlement. The state is obliged to provide you with the promised number of days if you need it to meet ends. So there is an entitlement idea to this, but often the communities that deal with it, all this discourse on rights gets dominated by lawyers and human rights activists on the one side, and then you have the development wallahs, the economists, the demographers, and so on, doing their thing. Or in the case of heritage, you have the experts and the engineers and so on, unmindful that if you follow the rights-based approach, you have to deal with not law, politics. That's what it comes down to. You've got to understand politics. Poor, marginalized people are often overlooked. If they're going to have a voice, their rights are going to be protected, which is an important part of a rights-based approach, that you're thinking that, the last person. Then you need to have a different approach. You need to be able to tackle politics. You need to be able to deal with power. So it's not simply a legalistic thing. Unfortunately, it's been mostly perceived has something to do with law, but it involves everybody. And that's why I quoted Eleanor Roosevelt saying, human rights begins at home. It begins with us in this university, in any organization. These principles of participation, giving a voice to people who are affected by something, and transparency and accountability is what it's all about. And in any walk of life, we need to practice this. I can say that, but in my experience, I know very often with international agencies, development organizations, it becomes a matter of ticking a box. And that is sad, and it should stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Moving ahead, we now have Dr. Bente Wolf, Country Director, India, Danish Cultural Institute, talking to us about her experience with conservation project and saving of Serampor's historic town core. Can you please have a round of applause? Thank you.
Yes, and where is my interest statement?
Where's my little phone? Okay. That's all right. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you to the enjoyed it and to all the organizers. I have called my talk Saving Serampor's Historic Town Core, Successes of an Imperfect Conservation Project. The moral of this is the old saying, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So we did what we could. I could also have called the talk Ruins and Government Offices, because both were very much a part of the project. Not moving on. I'll just pick here. Okay. Okay, it happened in Serampore, West Bengal, just outside Kolkata, which is the next slide. And I'm going to talk about how much we actually got out of a project with very, very little formality, with very few formal agreements with the government of West Bengal. We had a basic MOU, but everything happened very informally. So this is Serampore town, where the star is. It's right on the riverbank of Ganga or Bhagirathi or Hooghly, same place. It has a population of about 2 lakhs people, 200,000. It's a suburb for commuters to Kolkata, and it's part of Kolkata metropolitan area, and it's also the administrative headquarters of Serampore subdivision. And it was founded in the 18th century as a Danish colonial trading town. And this is the map we saw before of Serampore as it looked around 1800. And this is how it looks today. So you see it's very urbanized. And we worked in this little area in the yellow circle, which I call the historic town core of Serampore. So you see it's a tiny part of today's Serampore. And this is how the area looks from the air, from the riverside, with indications of most of the buildings that we were involved in restoring as the Danish Serampore Initiative and our local collaborators, our local project partners and collaborators from government of West Bengal. And the ideal thing would be to simply protect this whole area from further development and restore some of the heritage buildings. But to make a plan like that was impossible. So what would we do? This is what's happening in Serampore, in the historic town core. These buildings are mushrooming, overlooking the old Bengali palaces. And just on the outskirts of central Serampore, you see this coming up right on the riverbank. So that's the process happening there. So our success criteria were research-based restoration and generating new knowledge on the history of Serampore during the project, and also restoring to improve livability for the citizens of Serampore, for the residents there. And then we had this very ambitious success criteria of wanting not only local participation, but also local co-funding. And that's what I'm going to focus on here. So I said we couldn't protect that whole area. So what did we do? We started restoring St. Olaf's Church, which is owned by the Bishop of Calcutta. That was not a government building. We are changing the whole roof here. So that was done by us and our Indian partners, Indian architects, Manish Chakraborty and others. And in 2016, it won UNESCO's Asia Pacific Award of Distinction for Restoration. So that created some hype and some positive energy with the government. So it's right on the riverbank, as you can see here after restoration. That's the building is restored by our project, but government of West Bengal, they furnished and equipped it as a restaurant, cafe, and hotel, and it's now run by the Park Group, and it's immensely popular. People from Kolkata, people from Serampore, a few foreigners, but people from the whole region come there. It's full all the time. And then when we did that, the municipality, they renovated the riverfront, which then became a very popular area. Again, far from perfect, but it's extremely popular. Even at nighttime also, people feel safe to go there. So the building not only was itself, it also had this effect on the surroundings. And this is how the Denmark Tavern looked when we started and on the opening day after restoration. This is the square with the church, how the town square, the historic town square used to look, open and with shading trees. And when we came to Serampore, it looked like this. It was an informal bus station for the whole region. So no space for people and very dangerous for kids to go there. Government of West Bengal, as a supplement to our project, they built outside the center of Serampore a bus terminus to relieve the center, the historic core and central Serampore and the town square from all these buses taking up all the space. We did together with Intag an architect competition and which generated a plan proposal. So that was done by us. So again, working together, but not with not with many formalities or agreements. We just did it together, working on the ground. Digital engagement was mainly WhatsApp. So it was a lot about visiting government offices and talking to people and presenting them for this plan. So that's when the bus terminus was built. And the plan was partly implemented. I must say very partly implemented by Serampore municipality. So this is the new bus terminus. This is the plan made by Ashish Acharya. And this is how it looks so far. You can't see the whole picture here, actually, but it's much wider than you can see in the picture. Something has been condensed here on this screen, not on this screen. But the town square today is very wide and open, but it's a very basic area. But the space is there, and it has qualities, and the buses are not there. It's rickshaws and some totos, bicycles, pedestrians. So the space has a quality in itself. Even if it was not, the plan still hasn't been realized of upgrading it. We restored the old land registration building, which is a British building, and it was also converted into a restaurant. And then the Danish government house, which is a very big and very central building. It was our first priority, but that was restored by government of West Bengal. We did informal advice over 10 years, but we didn't pay for it. We did an exhibition in 3 halls, and it's also in use as the Information and Cultural Center, Information and Cultural Office, and as a cultural center. This is almost ready. This is on the opening night, and now it has been turned into a cultural center. And this is one of the rooms that we did in the exhibition. So again, working together, but with a lot of local co-funding, and bigger than ours here. So these are the main partners we work with, and I spare you, but the green ones are the bureaucrats on so many levels, and we went through them all, and we really worked on the ground. And the blue colors is the political system that we also work with on a municipal level. So from local police, from local ward councillors to the chief secretary and everything in between in several government departments. So that was a big work. And as I said, the digital part was on WhatsApp. So this is who we were at that time. I worked for the National Museum and University of Copenhagen, not in my present position. And these are all the local government partners and our project partners. Thank you. Yeah. You can just take it. Please welcome Dr. Daniela Pati, Managing Director, Utopian, who will be shedding light on the importance of public participation enabling conservation.
So first of all, thank you very, very much to all of you for the fantastic hospitality and for having me and my team on my behalf here with you to exchange and to learn from one another. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's quite moving to see how things have developed, because a few years ago, as part of a European project we were working on called Open Heritage, which we developed together with our colleagues from Plafonique and many other stakeholders around Europe, we were working on a project that was dealing with how to engage citizens in developing new governance models and new rehabilitation and financial models for community-based heritage. And we were supposed to have a series of capacity buildings and training, but then pandemics arrived, and so we had to move online. And we were like, oh God, it's going to be really difficult to make it engaging on Zoom, isn't it? We did our best, and in this it was fantastic, because Dr. Aishwarya Tipnis joined us with a time zone difficulty, which made, and she was so motivated that despite it being very late in Delhi, she was with us, and this made it so interesting, because we realized we were so closed in our European bubble. And speaking with Aishwarya, it came out that the challenges were so similar, yet approached in a different way, and it was really, really thrilling. So we were moved when we got contacted and said, well, you know, we are developing the restoration toolbox, and we would like to exchange more about this. So once again, thank you so much, and it's incredible to be here with all of you. And this is the point I would like to bring with you. Professor Sudarshan was saying about the rights-based approach. I was actually wondering, I wonder in our architecture faculty, how much can I push it in terms of speaking about politics? Ooh, and I thought, and then the dean opened the discussion to this, and I thought, oh wow, this once again, this goes to prove how much we can learn. Because I can assure you, you students would not be getting all of this in most of your fellow universities back in European countries, because a lot of these discussions are really niche, and it's a struggle in many contexts to actually be able to bring it to a level where you would be having the conference hall of a fantastic university with the opening speech of professors, deans, and a lot of professionals sharing with you how we can actually bring back the political mission of architecture to improve society. And this is such a beautiful thing that we can actually be doing together and using these days to really learn from one another. The toolbox is fantastic in this sense because, if we talk about civic engagement and participation, it sometimes sounds a bit fancy. It sounds a bit like advertising or something like this. And I think the beautiful thing about the toolbox is that it allows you to actually work on the different levels of participation. How many of you have ever been in a neighborhood meeting, or maybe in your condominium meeting? Have you ever been in or working in the university, maybe in a larger group that it requires to be able to actually mediate with one another? Well, this is the point. If we're talking about the political mission of architecture, it's very important to be aware, what does actually participation mean? So we have the lowest level. You're informing people about what will happen. So maybe you will inform them that their building will be destroyed. But then you can actually teach them. And then you can actually give the tools to people. And this is where it starts becoming extremely interesting, because this is where you will be able to empower the people. Once again, it's an issue about power relationships. And you are mediators in this process. Do you want to make it that a more real estate market will be actually taking away most and marginalizing even more people that are already in difficulty in your city? Or do you want to actually, through your work and through your profession, be able to make a change? And this is the question. So if you think, and I do hope and I believe that as you are here with us today, this is where you would like to understand how to work together towards societal change, well, this is the point. In a moment in which the toolbox and the video that was shown this morning shows the fact that if we want to have a societal change, it goes through culture, and this is where European spaces of culture make such a big difference, because to make societal change, we need culture. We need to be enabled to work with our environments, but we need to be able to address the economic dimension. And this is, I think, an interesting thing, because when we look into the tools, we start seeing that we're looking into circular economy, into recycling, we're looking into alternative models for real estate, we're looking into the capacity of artisans to train and be able to have jobs. And so it doesn't mean that only artificial intelligence will be making through laser cutters some fancy wood engravings. So my invitation to you is, let's work together towards the highest level of participation. Let's allow people to create together the societal change that we need. This is something that we need to do with the politics. And this is the beautiful thing that I also see back home, lacking in comparison to what I have the impression, and I'm curious to hear in the next days how this is working together, is that it's not only about having people that are actively working towards change on the ground, but you need also the research, and you need the university, you need the public administration, and you need the economic sector to be working together towards this change. in each of these worlds, there are people that are willing to collaborate towards this. We have to be able to create the plan for which to work together. And so on this, I thank you very, very much. And I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Can I request Dr. Jagdeep Chatterjee to please felicitate our guest? Can we have the mementos?
We have to the center then for the so the next story is called the small and
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now invite Professor Abu Talha Farooqi, Associate Professor at the General School of Art and Architecture, to give a vote.
Hello, everybody. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, I extend our heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for gracing this occasion with your presence. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers and dignitaries who have enlightened us with their invaluable insights and wisdom during this inaugural session of the conference. Professor Dr. Sanjeev P. Sahni, Professor Dr. Jaideep Chatterjee, Dr. Benty Wolf, Dr. Professor R. Sudarshan, Dr. Aishwarya Tipnis, Mr. Robert Kieft, and Dr. Daniela Petty. Your words have set the tone for what promises to be a truly enriching and transformative conference. We would like to thank the project partners, delegation of the European Union to India, Alliance Francaise Delhi, Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in India, Austrian Embassy New Delhi, Embassy of Spain in India, Aishwarya Tipnis Architects in Jugadopolis, Toxics Links Delhi, Fondation Platonique and Utopia. Our gratitude extends to all the delegates, researchers, scholars, and participants who have traveled from far and wide to be a part of this event. Your presence here reflects your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge and the exchange of ideas, which is the essence of this conference. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to the organizing committee, the technical and administrative teams who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this event. And last but not least, a big thank you to all the students and faculty for making this event memorable. As we embark on the journey of this international conference, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing that this inaugural session has ignited. Thank you, and let us make this conference a resounding success.
We will now break for a short tea break and resume at 12:30 for our first panel discussion on the questions of authority and heritage. Please assemble here at 12:30 again. And tea is now served. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
किसी को नहीं, जिसको करना है, वो काफी देर हुआ। ये लाइक शुरू करें हो गया शुरू करें चलिए खुशबू खुशबू
Maybe he can help you, Ajay. Ajay, can you please help her with Wi-Fi? Okay.
आप स्टार्ट
Good afternoon, everybody. Can I have your attention, please? I'm Hindu Khanna, Assistant Professor at Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and your MC for this session. Before we delve into today's discussions, please take a moment to ensure your mobile phones are on silent mode. Our program for this session is packed with eminent speakers and experts who will share their insights on various facets of urban heritage conservation and adaptive reuse. So without further ado, let's begin. We commence our session with narratives beyond the norm, embracing alternate heritage resources. In the evolving landscape of historiography, this panel delves into diverse heritage sources beyond written records, exploring oral traditions, collective memories, heritage walks, and social media's influence. Join us to challenge traditional historical authority and embrace a more inclusive approach to our shared past. Our moderator for this session, Professor Dr. Ekta Chauhan, an assistant professor at JSA, will guide us through this enlightening discussion. I would now like to welcome our esteemed speakers for this session. Ms. Alisha Ali, PhD researcher, IIT Delhi. Ms. Laurent Glatley, who's joined us online, PhD researcher, Department of South Asian Studies, Humboldt University, Berlin. Ms. Anushka Jain, founder, Enrolled Indian History. Mr. Ishan Sharma, writer, heritage activist, and the founder of Karwan, the Heritage Exploration Initiative. And Dr. Sumalya Mukhopadhyay, Assistant Professor, Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Each of them will provide unique perspectives on embracing heritage, alternative heritage sources. As we explore these narratives, remember to keep your questions for the Q&A session that we have at the end of all presentations. Thank you. I ask you, Ekta, to take it forward. Thank you, Khushbu. I'm very, very happy to be hosting this panel, mostly because I have, first of all, thank you to Laura for joining us from Paris. It's super early morning there. Hi, Laura. You have come to US in India, but thank you for joining us. So today for this session, we will be starting by looking at, since in this conference we're talking about digital engagement and heritage conservation. So the idea of this panel was to talk to these experts from very diverse fields to understand what does heritage exactly mean, what can be forms of engagements going beyond traditional ideas of heritage. So without further, I think I'll just hand over to the guests because all of them have some brilliant thoughts to share with you. So all of them will go, the format is all of them will go for 10 minutes with the presentation and then we will have some questions and I encourage all of you to ask them questions. So we'll begin with Laurent. He will be speaking to us about organic heritage discourse and making of post-colonial heritage in India. Can we have his presentation? If you can please connect Laurent, let him speak.
Sir, unmute him. Sir, unmute himself.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I will start. So first of all, I'd like to thank Ekta and all the organizers for having me here today. My research is on the history of heritage conservation policies in post-colonial India, with a focus on the first 25 years of independence. So today, while my co-panelists are going to present alternatives to official heritage discourse, I will have a look at the statist narrative around monuments. I will focus on how some building ends up being officially recognized with such a prestigious tag as Monument of National Importance, while others don't. This talk is based on my PhD research, which involved an extensive study of the archives of the Archaeological Survey of India. So first, let me briefly sketch the history of conservation in India. In 1861, the colonial government founded the Archaeological Survey to list historical sites and conduct excavations across the country. The need to prevent historical sites from decaying came only as an afterthought. After several haphazard initiatives, it was Viceroy Lord Curzon who gave the decisive legal and administrative impetus for conserving India's built heritage. In 1902, he reorganized the Archaeological Survey and placed at its head John Marshall, who wrote the Conservation Manual in 1923, which is still in use today by the ASI. Also in 1904, Curzon passed the Ancient Monuments Preservation Act, which instituted protection measures for structures and sites recognized by the ASI as monuments. So in 1947, there were 2,500 structures protected under this act. So what happened after independence? The heritage conservation policy that Indian leaders chose in the early years of the Republic did not significantly depart from the colonial policy. It remained very centralist, but it was more detailed than under the British Raj. The 1950 Constitution created a distinction between monuments of national importance to be looked after by the central government, that is by the ASI, and monuments other than those of national importance, which were put on the state list. But the category of monuments of national importance did not exist under the 1904 Act. And so in 1951, Parliament passed a law which made all monuments already protected become nationally important. And later this act was amended to include monuments that were protected under princely states law, bringing the national list up to 3,300 monuments. This act was a temporary remedy to ensure that there were no loopholes as per the new constitution, but effectively it nationalized all previously protected monuments without much examination of the selection criteria that colonial officers used. Only in 1958 was a full-blown conservation policy enacted. In 1958, the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act was passed, but it was not a rupture with the colonial legislation. But it clarified the criteria for defining what counts as a monument. It also established a procedure for a building to be notified and eventually receive protection. So first, it gave a legal detailed definition of ancient monument. I'll let you read on the PowerPoint. One innovation in the 1958 Act was the introduction of a very arbitrary 100-year criteria to the definition of ancient monument. This meant that at the time it was passed, no structure erected after 1858, that is, the entire duration of the British Raj, could be included as monument. While this move can be understood as part of a will to so-called decolonize Indian national heritage, it also left out buildings built by Indian citizens in an era of tremendous social, economic, and political transformation. This arbitrary temporality, for instance, made it impossible to declare buildings associated with freedom fighters as national monuments. For older monuments, it is ASI officers who are in charge of interpreting the definition and to decide what counts as monuments and to manage the procedure of notification. So at the local level, the ASI is divided in circles, each headed by a superintending archaeologist. They determine the, quote, historical, archaeological, and artistic importance, unquote. Superintendents explore villages and they recommend sites for protection to the Director General of Archaeology with a description and a few photos. When you study this correspondence, you get an insight into the worldview that they have. So they select sites for their association with a historical event, for the presence of paintings or inscriptions, or for their value as representatives of a particular architectural style. But what is noteworthy is the repetition of the adjective interesting. They would say, oh, this building is interesting. It possesses interesting architectural features. But what they mean by interesting is not further elaborated. Similarly, officers passed aesthetical judgments that are enough to justify protection. So they will refer to the Sher Shah Mosque in the Purana Kila as a lovely mosque. Far from legal criteria, these words are illustrative of a discourse by experts to experts of people who have had the same training and share the similar aesthetical and historical references about what heritage is and should be. I find the use of these adjectives significant as it shows the dominance of a form of expert discourse that values the interests of aesthetes and scholars of history. The value of a site for a religious community or for civil society is often overlooked. When civil society organizations suggest certain buildings or places of worship for protection, ASI officers often turn down these proposals on the ground that the building is not of sufficient interest. So we've seen how superintendents select ancient monuments. So how do these ancient monuments acquire national importance? The Director General collects recommendations and he presents them to a group of 4 experts who form the Standing Committee of the Central Advisory Board of Archaeology, and then to the board itself for approval. This board is chaired by the minister and is constituted of around 40 members. You have bureaucrats, you have representatives of state departments of archaeology, of history departments in universities, of learned societies such as the Asiatic Society of Bengal. They all have an interest in archaeology, but I said archaeology, I did not say conservation. The board votes on the list in bulk, and it's always a formality. Initially, the Constituent Assembly had decided that the recognition of the national importance of monuments was to be done by a law of parliament. But this process was quickly found to be too cumbersome. So in 1958, the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act stated that the opinion of the government was sufficient to grant the status. So thus, after monuments are approved by the Central Advisory Board of Archaeology, a simple notification in the Gazette of India is enough, and they become officially protected. And this is how monuments acquire national importance. So what conclusions can we draw from this? We see that the process of declaring monuments protected involves a very small number of actors who all share more or less the same vision of what heritage is. Officers of the survey are all recruited from graduates in ancient history or classical Indian languages. Moreover, ASI officers see themselves primarily as archaeologists. It's in their job title. They are superintending archaeologists. While posted in circles, they are expected to simultaneously carry out archaeological excavation and monument conservation. But many of them are more scholarly minded. They are more interested in research than in a thankless task of preventing monuments from decaying. So understandably, they have their own biases in recommending monuments for protection. And the Central Advisory Board of Archaeology, too, is composed of people with a similar primary interest in archaeological research. It does not contain architects or representatives of organizations interested in conservation. And overall, the whole process is decided by a group of around 50 people. So coming now to the question of national importance, you will have noticed that while there are criteria for defining what a monument is, there are no criteria for defining what national importance is. A proposed site effectively only has to clear the checkbox for being recognized a monument to be awarded this status. But national importance is or should be symbolically very significant. In a well thought out policy, it could have 3 implications. Firstly, when talking about national monument, this could mean that the monument has a special place in the historical narrative that the nation state wants to project. Monuments are supports of the narrative about Indian national identity. And the shaping of this narrative is always political. But here, no political criteria are used, only expert opinion. And correlated to identity, national importance could be understood in relation to local or regional identities in the spirit of federalism. There is the possibility for the central government to deprotect monuments. Deprotection does not mean decay, at least in theory. Under the Constitution, states must care for monuments that are not of national importance. So in the 1960s, the survey started a deprotection campaign, but they often transferred monuments without even checking if the concerned states had passed the required legislation or set up its own administration. This attempt at decentralization was very much centralist and done in a top-down manner. And again, it was decided by the same group of experts. This time, the criteria they used were financial. The goal was to reduce the burden on the finances of the survey, and they retained only monuments that were outstanding and left the lesser monument to the cares of state. The question of whether the monument meant something for the state's identity never came into question. And thirdly, the adjective national could also mean that the nation, as in the people of India or their representatives, have a say in selecting national monuments, or at least that there is some scrutiny from the media or the parliament. This goes back to the question of political criteria. But instead, this process remained completely opaque. Opacity, in a way, preserved the selection of monuments from being politicized. By leaving the process in the hands of experts, it ensured that only criteria which they considered as objective would play a role and not identity politics. This, in retrospect, could be a good thing. But the composition of these expert boards, which overrepresented scholars and academics and underrepresented architects and members of the civil society, contributed to making India's heritage conservation policy very much monument-centric. Especially, it led to a focus on preserving only buildings which were interesting to scholars, the heritage of the political or the religious elite, that is, and it completely left out vernacular architecture and the heritage of the merchant class, of workers, of women, and other marginalized communities. So in the end, I argue that it worked against people appropriating their own heritage. So I will now let my co-panelists show that heritage as a concept is much bigger than only monuments, and perhaps after this panel, we may be able to conclude that official categories could be and should be expanded. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurent. Your presentation reminds me of this category in public policy, which we currently offer, who are the, as you said, these 50 experts, and even with these 50 experts, there are others, who have to go survey the site. And the description of these people will be required that ultimately decides which site gets to be a monument. So thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presentation with Ishan. Who would run through a little bit on the system. Now?
It's not very clear, but go ahead and we'll try to fix it.
So we will be moving on to Ishan, who leads Caravan on the Heritage Exploration platform on Facebook, and through his initiatives, he has done this brilliant job of engaging people across not just India but across the world in heritage, history-related debates and heritage-related. So Ishan, over to you.
सारे रिवर्स में आ रहे हैं वो ठीक है.
Hi everybody, am I audible? बड़े थके से हुए लग रहे हैं सब, तो एक बार सब लोग मेरे साथ जो मैं करूंगा वो करेंगे. Let's do an exercise. Let's rub our hands like these and then wipe your face. This is the post-tea trauma, what I say. You go into food coma or tea coma, whatever you want to call it. Can we have the presentation? एक हमने बड़ी मेहनत से पावर पॉइंट बनाई थी, वो आप लोग देख लेंगे तो बड़ा अच्छा रहेगा. But thank you to Laurent for that wonderful presentation, because he has provided a context to whatever we will speak, because I am going to speak much from my experience of leading heritage exploration, history promotion platform for the last 4 years, which was majorly online because of the pandemic, but now we have moved to offline things as well. Making history accessible, a step towards an informed public history. Wonderful. Okay. Shall we? Yes. Okay. How many have seen these three? How many of you have heard that India got independence on lease for 99 years? Did anybody follow that news? One person did. How many of you have heard that Shah Jahan chopped the hands of the laborers who built Taj Mahal? Raise your hands. Have you heard that? You are very fortunate. You are very fortunate. But how many of you know that it is not the right narrative of the past? It is a myth that has become alternate version of the past. Third, not Madhubala, but if you see the character of Anarkali, people think that Anarkali was a real time figure. But as it turns out, as it might be, I might be wrong. You must check again. But this is a fictional character written by Taj Muhammad, who wrote the book called Anarkali, on which K. Asif made Mughal Azam, and he made Anarkali a historical figure. This is the kind of public history that exists in India today. We take myths as histories and we strongly fight for whatever we think is right. Because history is very connected to all of us. I always say, what is history and also why history? History is not a dead past. We live in the past, we always think about what we did wrong. Yesterday, I had a fight with a friend. Now I'm thinking about that fight. Why did I fight with him? If you go to a doctor, the doctor would ask you the last meal that you had before giving you a prescription. So, in that sense, history really plays a role in your daily life. Not just history of your nation or your past or in the national monuments and that Laurent talked about, but in your personal life also history really plays a role. The role of history in politics is also very important to understand because the feminist movement all across the world have taught that personal is political. You really cannot afford to be apolitical at any moment. So how politics is shaped using histories as a medium. We have heard in the last few months that the government is trying to change the history curriculum. They're trying to remove a bit much of medieval past from India's history and trying to promote ancient Indic knowledge system, which remains mythological as of now. As of now, because history changes. History is not a stationary thing. It changes with every new evidence that come forth, every new intervention by scholars, historians. And then there is the dividing narratives of WhatsApp University. I got a message in my family group, WhatsApp group. You were talking about WhatsApp. So this might be interesting for you also to know. I got a message from my family saying that there was a PowerPoint presentation shared on the group called Magnificent Bharat. In that, on the 20th slide, you see, you don't need historians to tell about your past. It is in the temples. So this is the kind of narrative that goes around. They say that you don't need to be an expert to know the past, which is true. You don't need to be an expert, but you at least have some sense of history when you talk of history. Then you must define what history is, and you try to, as a student of history, it is a duty to engage the public to understand what history truly is. History consists of different layers, and all those layers are fascinating, be it the ancient past, the Mauryas or the Indus Valley civilization, or be it the medieval, the Chalukyas, the Cholas, and the Mughals, and the modern, all have their own charm. So, we must appreciate that. Then there is a need for an increased engagement with the past because of the above two reasons, the role of history in politics and the dividing narratives. So if we want to go forward, we really have to go backward and read whatever was there and understand the use of history, and then build a community and engage the community regularly to debate, to discuss the need of the hour to have a conversation on the past. History is not a linear narrative. history is built of differing narratives. एक उर्दू में शेर है कि चमन में इख्तिलाते रंग बू से बात बनती है, हम ही हम है तो क्या हम है, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. So you really have to. Thank you. एक इकलौता हमारा अप्रिशिएट हमारी उर्दू को, कानपुर वाले उर्दू बोलना जानते नहीं है, फिर भी थैंक यू. So you really have to understand and appreciate various discussions or ideologies of history. And as I said, it's not a linear narrative what is simplified on WhatsApp. So you really have to read. That's up to you. That's up to the public. After all these, an idea came to us. An idea can always change your life. Somebody else's idea changed the idea company also later. They were sold to Vodafone. We decided to make history and heritage accessible in our own way. We were students of Delhi University in 2019 September, and we were taught history in a classroom, as all of you are taught history in a classroom. At least I think you have digital projections and everything there, but India you really don't have that infrastructure. So we were taught in a normal classroom. But I don't know how we became rebels of sort, and we decided that we'll start bunking classes and go and visit these monuments that were there around our college, Dayal Singh, because we are surrounded by three important monuments. You have the Lodi Garden, which is infamous for other things, but it is also a historical monument. Then you have the Humayun's tomb, Nizamuddin's Dargah, and Safdarjung tomb. All are there. And if you are hungry, you can also have some good food at Khan Market, which is again historical. If you see the history of Khan Market from after partition, refugees, the history of refugees built Delhi after partition, which I think Alisha would better elaborate in her presentation. So these are the pictures from our first walk that we did as students. We asked heritage activist, one of Delhi's most known faces, Sohail Hashmi, to lead a walk for us. And these were the students that took part. We charged 50 rupees each. And we said कि भाई थोड़ा थोड़ा दे दो आप लोग पैसा, हम सोहेल साहब को दे देंगे वो पैसा, and he'll do the walk. And they were really happy because this was something new to all of us. Then we decided that we'll carry it forward. We'll keep the charges a little higher so that we can pay the walk leader easily. So we decided that we'll put a cap for 300 rupees for students, and we will also open it for the public, not just students. The first walk that you see is only students. The second walk here, the two on the side are recent walks. Those were joined by over 80 people, which was led by two historians. And we have called that initiative Walk with the Historian initiative, that you get to understand that historians are not really monsters and dinosaurs. They are really human beings who are very nice people to chill with. They have a good sense of humor. And that was led by Swapna Lindell, who was the Intech head of Delhi chapter, and Professor Amar Faruqi, who is an expert on Delhi's history. So the main aim, as you might have figured out, is to bridge the gap that exists between academia and common masses. क्योंकि जब भी हम हिस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, people say कि वो सब बकवास बातें हैं. We know our history. You don't need to tell us. You don't need to study history. So that's when we thought we really need a platform. We really need a forum where we can really bust this myth that exists that academia is not important in history. It really is, but by doing these initiatives, we can really bridge the gap. Then we started something called the museum walk, and I think others are also doing it at the moment, but we decided that we'll choose some galleries and we'll design our walks, led by Gaurav, Shagufta, and Ritika Gochar and Professor Uma Chakravarti, and to engage public even within the monument, within the museum. not just going out क्योंकि गर्मी में बड़ा मन नहीं करता. When it's hot in Delhi, you really don't want to go out. So we decided our museums have ACs in it. So why not use government facilities and enjoy ourselves and learn something during that time also. So this we do mostly in summers when we can't go out. After November, we start doing our heritage walks. So they happen every Saturday and Sunday, open for everybody to join in. And we are joined by this fellow that you see on the first picture is 86 years old, and the youngest in that group was 16 years old. So we have managed in the 4 years, we have managed to engage people right from age 16 to at least 92 that I know. Professor Irfan Habib is 92. So he is the oldest of our listeners and person who is part of the initiative. And these are some of these are all museum walks that we do. Then we decided that we'll do another initiative called Caravan Baithaks. These are modern day take on Kotuhalashalas. This is an ancient Indian concept where people used to come from different backgrounds, Buddhists, Jains, and Hindus, and they used to debate and discuss about their theology, history, religion, etc. So we decided why not, because India is known to be have the tradition of discussion. Ekam sat bahuda vipravadanti. There's one truth, but every wise person conceive it differently. So that's what the idea was, to host experts. 10 minutes हो गए, बताइए 2 मिनट अगर हमें आप और दे दें. I'll just wrap up in 2 minutes. So this is another way that we are engaging the community. We are asking scholars to have chat with the people, with public, answer their questions, bridge that gap that exists. You are not in a university atmosphere where you have to address your students. None of them are their students. They are meeting at a neutral place where we are just having a conversation on history. These are some of the public responses that we have got in the last 4 years, you can see that later because we really don't have time. And these are some of the promotional things that came on the news. But fortunately, it is our honor that Time magazine decided to mention Caravan when they were writing on how school books are being attacked by the government and how organizations like Caravan feature free conversations. So all the lectures that we do online or offline are free for all to join, and where we invite historians. As of now, we have hosted 400 plus historians from all over the world, and we hope to continue much further. And I can answer further questions from audience in the Q&A that will happen. So I'll conclude my presentation here. Thank you so much. And this is how we are trying to engage the community.
Thank you so much, Ishan. Ishan's initiative and other such initiatives that I'm probably talking about and the history are doing some great work in taking history and conversation of history beyond classrooms to what I call the theaters of history, to help it sites, to museums, and empowering people with knowledge and engaging a much larger audience who can come at that time. A lot of these walks are in the evening, if I'm not wrong. So people, can come after their offices and weekends and everything. So yeah, I have attended Ishan's talk and I really recommend it. So our next speaker is Anushka, and she will be talking about another such initiatives involved in history, which again has fostered a very robust online community of people who appreciate heritage, and a lot of work by NHAUS is hosting walks online, digital walks. Yeah. So over to you, Anushka.
Thank you so much, Ekta. Okay, let me start with the question. How many of you would pay 1.5 lakh to visit Qutub Minar? Anyone? Any takers? Okay, let me bring down the price. 25,000. 350 rupees.
Yeah, some hands have risen. Right.
Yes, yeah.
Can you please open the presentation? Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about how En route Indian history has contributed when it comes to digital walks in creating a new language for geopolitics. En route Indian history was started in 2019. It's a registered company. It's also the only women-led heritage organization running for past 4 years. All the women working in En route Indian history are females, much like me, because I'm quite tired of seeing men talk in public. So let me start my presentation. The shift will be from here. Yeah. So as we all know, in 2020 March, pandemic hit, and much like all of you, I thought it would end in few weeks, it would end in months, but it took many years. And that is when the seed of idea germinated. That was, why don't we translate our physical walks into a digital format? It's not an easy task, and it is much less engaging than visiting a physical space. So yet, we are doing it. Pandemic के वजह से all of us in each of the occupations, it was taught to us to look at history in a very different way. Can anyone help? How do we change the slide? You ask an academic to use technology and it's going to be a tough task. Yes. Can I operate from here?
Yes.
Just a minute. Thank you. Thank you so much. The next slide. Yes, the next slide. It's working now? Okay. So I'm not going to talk about what En route Indian history does because that will take a lot of time. But we have mentored 200 women in the past in different sectors, which is heritage management, media and production, art history and documentation, research and writing, and marketing. This is me, but you are seeing me in person, so I'm going to skip this slide as well. I've done bachelor's and master's in history. I've worked with IGNC and UNESCO before I started this En route Indian history in 2019. I want to talk about the digital walks that we have been doing. The term that we have given for digital walks is walk from home. So you need to sit in your comfortable room. You can sit in your blanket. You can be a couch potato. You can eat your lace and you can enjoy heritage while you are inside your bedroom. So it's Netflix and chill, but in a very nerdy way. There are three kinds of categories that we follow. One is walk from home. The other is building narratives. And the third is art walk. So in the walk from home, we cover all the ASI sites such as Red Fort, Qutub Minar, Safdarjung Tomb, and many more. Building narratives is something that I genuinely enjoy because we talk over here about Tawaifs in Kotha, which is a registered walk. We started this in 2019. The Galib workshop and the Phool Wallo Ki Sair. The third is our art walks where we talk about Amrita Shergill, we talk about Mughal gardens, we talk about Sitaram painting. मगर सवाल ये उठता है मैं तब से बोले जा रही हूँ what is the digital walk? How many of you have taken a digital walk? Can you raise your hands? Use the other hand. One is being used to operate the phone, so use the other hand. How many of you have taken a digital walk? No, none of you? Yeah, I thought so. So in the digital walk, we use videos, we take images, we use music, and we also use past and present images to talk about heritage. So if you ever want to map out a heritage on a digital walk, the first thing is you will locate the area you want to cover. You will draft a module. You will include all the sites you want to cover. You will visit sites, document them, and design the walk through data and research. You will use archival sources such as old photos and paintings to create a comparative analysis. मुझसे कई लोगों ने पूछा कि अगर हम फिजिकली जा सकते हैं मॉन्यूमेंट्स के अंदर, if you can go there with our 2 legs, why should we take a digital walk? Makes no sense. We are already sick and tired of using the screen time. So these are the reasons why a digital walk is very much important when we are establishing geopolitics. The first is it covers a long distance. I take a digital walk which is Baulis of Delhi. अब अगर आप बाउलीज के बारे में जानते हैं तो इट स्प्रेड ऑल ओवर दिल्ली. यू कांट फिजिकली कवर इट. हमें ऑटो लेना पड़ेगा एक साइड से दूसरी साइड के अंदर. दैट विल टेक 1 day. However, for walks like churches of Delhi, Gurdwaras of Delhi or Baulis of Delhi. We have gone there, we have documented each site. So physically, you save a lot of time and you can have a very interesting walk. The second is it avoids external disturbances. अगर आप कभी भी चांदनी चौक या ओल्ड दिल्ली गए हैं तो इतना शोर होता है कि I can't hear my own thought. So that time, these kind of walks are very helpful, such as we do women architecture in Old Delhi. We also do Havelis of Old Delhi. The third is avoids permit hassle. Now, in an area like Red Fort, most of the structures require special permit to visit the area. Kotla Firosha is now closed. You can't see the Ashokan pillar. Or even an area like Rashtrapati Bhavan, आप ऊपर तक नहीं जा सकते Raisina Hill पे. At that time, these kind of permits, which we have already taken and then documented the area, provides you an advantage to see these sites. And lastly, narrative scope. अगर मैं कभी भी heritage walk देती हूँ, I have given more than 1,000 heritage walks. It's very irritating. For a person who's listening to me, they get irritated in 10 minutes. Even your capacity is 10 minutes. That's why Ekta has told me to shut up after 10 minutes. तो 10 मिनट तक मैं बोल के चली जाऊंगी, right? But in a narrative scope, it allows me to really expand the idea. And as an academic, I want to talk about culture, I want to talk about economy, I want to talk about politics. That will help me over there. I can use music to engage with you. That is something I can't do when I'm doing a physical walk. So these are some images from our digital walks, walk from home. The bottom slide is about our Kishangarh paintings and also understanding Mughal garden. The above paintings is about Tawaif and Kotha walk, which we do, which has been covered by the print, the Hindu and Indian Express. Now, coming to the topic of my discussion, geopolitics में बहुत heavy word है geopolitics और एक non academic को नहीं पता geopolitics क्या है. तो क्यों हमारी digital walks are very important when we are talking about the geopolitics language. जब मैंने निजामुद्दीन की walk दी, I got a message from Pakistan. What was that message? The message was, thank you so much for conducting this walk. I really wanted a visa to attend Nizamuddin Dargah, but I knew I could not get it. And that's why I have joined your walk. We got another message when we were doing Tawaif and Kota walk. A person from Lahore messaged us. She said, you know, we have over here Anarkali Bazaar, we have Hira Mandi over here, but I want to see how Chabi Bazaar looks. So geopolitics, it's very interesting. The people who have engaged with us from UK, USA, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and even from India, and even in the city of Delhi. So there are multiple categories of people who are joining these work from home walks. The first is people who stay away from the city and they can't come back. You are on a student visa, you're missing home, especially in the pandemic years, this happened a lot. These were the people who joined for these digital walks. The second is the neighboring countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh who attend the walk. The third is the pan-India appeal. So a person from Mumbai attends a walk about Delhi. A person from Kerala and Goa, I have Francis Alpat from Goa who always attends the walk. So when I finally met her in person, it was like a reunion. The third is inbound tourism. So there are people who have not even visited India, but they are curious about India. People from Germany, Russia, USA, UK, they just want to know what it is about. How does Indian heritage look? And a very small price of 350, you are seeing Qutub Minar, you are seeing Phool Waloo Ki Sair, you are seeing Mehroli village. It is broadening your understanding about India and its culture. And lastly, an unending bond. People who no longer have families left in the country, no longer friends left in the country, have no reason to come back, but they are missing India. Karan Johar ki NRI Bollywood movies are not enough sometimes. You actually want to see your culture and heritage. And that is when these heritage walks come into practice. Some of our most important walks are Tawaif and Kotha, Galib Workshop, Central Vista, Nizamuddin Dargah, and even Malcha Mahal, which again requires lots of permits before you visit that area. And the newly added walks are Sultan Razia Mazar, Turkman Gate, Lodi Street Art, and even cinemas of Delhi, the single screens which are no longer there. Again, it's very hard for me to visit all the single screens of Delhi. So for such kind of topics, digital walks are brilliant. The reason why I believe that our digital walks and walk from home have changed the geopolitics is, recently I was giving a walk and she was a Muslim girl and we were in a Gurdwara. So I said, how many of you have visited Gurdwara? Everyone said, of course I have visited it. But she meekly raised her hand. She said, no, I have not, but I'm excited. Similarly, when I took a Jama Masjid walk, so there were people who said, ki, if my father finds out I'm visiting a Jama Masjid, it will be a bawal. It will be crazy. So sometimes you have the courage to visit physical sites and attend a physical walk. But there are sometimes when you want to hide away from families, when you have a lot of stigma, you have a lot of stereotypes attached to places. You want to know about it, but you don't have the guts. At that time, this digital walk really helps you out to sensitize, to understand, to change the geopolitics narrative. And maybe perhaps then next time you will want to visit those physical sites. I have been grateful that we have followers from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from countries with whom we have shared history, and even from different countries जो शायद से इंडिया कभी वापस नहीं आ पाएंगे, but they want to understand and learn history. So 350 for Qutub Minar and changing the language of geopolitics is not a hard bargain. Thank you. Thank you so much, Anushka. That was really interesting. Especially, now this post-pandemic world, digital engagement and fostering digital communities has become really important because as I think COVID pandemic showed us like how to cherish our movement changes. And sometimes I realize that it's just not possible for us to visit the situations that we really want to. And I'm glad that Pakistan and Bangladesh is joining your work and perhaps, we are fostering this great digital community beyond national borders, beyond national borders, with places that we have shared long history. So talking about communities, we have our next speaker, Alicia, talking to us both as a researcher and as a member of the community of Purani Delhi, and she has been working with community engagement and curating community museums in the area. So, Alicia, over to you. I think that it's sharing
Another mic which you can use.
Just put. Also,
First one.
yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And I would like to begin by addressing the power woman that we have here, Dr. Tipnesa and Hina, who actually have shaped my inquiry, working on Shahjahanabad and being in Old Delhi. And I would love to mention that, the guide for the Haveli owners was something that, I found to be very inspiring. And I've been working with Kathika, where your restoration toolbox, as you know, paved the way and we are able to do the work that we are doing there. Thank you. So I come here as a new research scholar. I've just started my PhD and I'm looking at digital humanities for building education system, and especially for communities, and to raise their the spirit of identification with their heritage and how they should be inspired to work towards preservation, because a lot of times what we witness is that they are not aware of their own resources, and there are people who come and they take over the resources of the community. So how do we inspire these people, because they have been safeguarding the heritage. They are the people whom the entire cultural heritage belong. So I'll be talking about the little work that I've done as of now with the Partition Museum of Delhi, and how I was working with them with a special focus on Shahjahanabad and partition, and how the community narratives helped me build the discourse there, and also my further research. So I will mostly divide the entire talk into two sections: that how community knowledge can be looked up as an alternate source of history and knowledge, plus how should we go ahead with the community engagement bit to achieve what we talk about sustainable cities and the goals, the Hull Convention, the UNESCO goals. How do we go about that? So, talking about the community is when we talk about Old Delhi. So, as Clifford Geertz says, that how would you understand the thick image of any society. You would actually talk to people, you would actually understand and, to derive at the complete understanding of what people has to offer, what the heritage of the city has to offer. Documenting urban anecdotes. So, we take people to the cities, we conduct heritage walks, we show them monuments. But so I spoke during one of my conversations in Old Delhi. I spoke to this one person and I said, बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं. A lot of people come and talk to you. How do you feel? So he went silent for a moment and he was like, sometimes we feel like we are animals in a zoo. We're just photographed without any permissions. We're not really talked to, but we are just then. Sometimes people come and show us that your photo is here and there, and we are not aware of who are these people and are we really do they really care about us? Do they really care of what are our aspirations and what do we want from anything of our heritage, or what is our vision forward? So, how do these community knowledge actually help us tracing the histories of urban landscapes, the transformation and little urban anecdotes that are very important to understand the socio-political changes that have happened over last 70 or 75 years. So, this is the one particular story that I did on Parda Bagh. So, Parda Bagh means the wheeled garden. So, in Shahjahanabad near Daryaganj, you had this garden where only women were allowed. So these are the different women I spoke to in Old Delhi and how their narratives were very different from one another. So in this image, you see only one boy. So that's Shahid Siddiqui. And he spoke of, being the lucky man in the women's world because he was 4 years old and he was the only one who was allowed into that bagh. So how a man was narrating, how he saw women interact with each other. And then I also spoke to Sohail Hashmi, and he mentioned that how his grandmother used to attend a lot of anti-British nationalist movement meeting in the Bagh. So what was so these are the discourses we generally don't get to see in the institutional archive, and that's how community knowledge is actually coming across to us as something very important. We should understand and then deliver as to whatever area we are researching on. So this is from the Haji Hotel Family Archive. The Haji Hotel is the historic hotel opposite Jama Masjid Gate number 1. So this is from their family archive, how their family was very active during the national movement and where were the meetings happening, who were the people attending them. A very interesting discourse that you would find.
कि हम लोग और भी बहुत कुछ मनाते थे, लेकिन सुभाष चंद्र बोस की हम सालगिरह मनाया करते थे। और सुभाष चंद्र बोस की सालगिरह उस वक्त में कैसे मनाते थे कि फतेहपुरी मस्जिद से चांदनी चौक सीधी सड़क है, तो वहाँ से हम बच्चे जो हैं वो आज़ाद हिंद फौज के झंडे लेकर आगे आगे चलते थे और उसके पीछे आज़ाद हिंद फौज का बैंड बजता था, बैंड चलता था, उसके पीछे स्कूल वाले परेड करते हुए चला करते थे। तो मुझे याद है कि मैं छोटा सा था तो आगे सबसे छोटा सा मैं 5-6 साल का झंडा लेके वो चलता था और वो हम जाते थे और टोपियाँ वोपियाँ लगा के सुभाष चंद्र बोस जैसी और सलूट मारते हुए। तो वो एक इतना प्राइड होता था, इतनी शान होती थी और दोनों तरफ लोग खड़े होते थे। आज हम सिर्फ एक दूसरे की पिटाई करते हैं कि झंडा कैसा लगाया नहीं लगाया।
We see Shahid Siddiqui talking about this little fair that children used to do during Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's birthday. And this is something I don't think we know of, that okay, something like that would happen in Old Delhi, because we do talk about Holi, we talk about Diwali, we talk about Eid, but this is something I found a little interesting. So Mani Swarabji, she was the first women employee of the Godrej company in Delhi. And talking about the institutional archives, I mean, Godrej is doing an amazing work. I mean, you can look up their work. So she tells that when she was expecting her first baby, it was for her that the labor laws of the Godrej company was made, that what will be the women rights, how many holidays would one get. So very interesting anecdote. Then again, so the Godrej office was at Turakman Gate. And then she remembers the violence that happened at Turakman Gate. How did the company and the people, who were mostly Parsis, help the people around there? And the other interesting structure that you see on Roshanara Road, the German clock tower, was actually her home. So coming from Roshanarabad, working at Turakwan Gate, again weaving the entire history of the urban landscape. So this is the Apollo Hotel at Kashmiri Gate, a cultural hub for the Parsis of the walled city of Delhi. We don't have the Apollo Hotel again, but Mani Sarabji again talks about that how Apollo Hotel played a very significant role into the cultural realm of the Parsi community and the Christians, because the Kashmiri Gate Square was, very dear to the Christians and the Parsi community, and they used to have Sunday brunches and musical evenings and all of that. Yeah. So the bit about engaging with the communities, being coming from Shahjahanabad and still living there, I always felt this little responsibility of navigating the way as to how to give back, how to actually get people engaged with whoever is visiting and talking. So this is this one recent walk we did with Katika and Sandeep Bali, where we were just the facilitators. We uh, did a little workshop with the people and the different craftsmen we were working with for the heritage work. And this was not on the Chandni Chowk or the Chavdi Bazaar Road. This work was actually in the interiors, where mostly one won't venture out because they don't know how to go about it. So that's what we did. And we didn't speak, it was all these craftsmen who were speaking to them. And this is Irfan Sahab, who is Zardoz, and that's the image before and after. So he talks a lot about that, before the pandemic and after the pandemic, how the entire craft, the Zardoz market was hit. And this also gives us a glimpse into the creative culture economy of India that has a lot of scope but has been affected a lot after COVID. This is my little baby project that I did at the Partition Museum. So when you would visit Partition Museum Delhi in the lobby area, you will see all the people who were around Kashmiri Gate and the walled city of Delhi in 47. And how have they seen the city evolve from what it was before 47 to now? And this is a very diverse group of people that you would find there and their narratives. So one very interesting thing that happened was for this project, we spoke to a lot of families. So generally, people who are living around the city, they would be like, we saw something in the newspaper, an institution like that has come up, but I don't think they would feel invited to visit there. That's how would you invite communities to these museums to come and interact and to identify? So this acted as a very important role because their extended families and families, they came and they saw that, oh, this person we know is there. So this was a little learning and takeaway that I personally had. So yeah, that's about it. And I would leave you guys with a little anecdote and understanding of one of my favorite novels. In Anita Desai's novel In Custody, the protagonist Deven embarks on a mission to interview Noor Shahjahanabadi and record oral narratives leading to the profound and intimate engagement with the city and its denizens. And how, when he's doing the entire interview with Noor Shahjahanabadi, what are the different characters coming into the picture, unka ghar kahan tha, and how is he navigating his way to the place where he could do the interview. Then he has his own time with his kabutars. Then there are a lot of people coming in, ki shairi ho rahi hai, and there's singing session happening. All of that, it gives a wider understanding of how the culture works, what has evolved, and what it holds in future. So hence, community is very important. Thank you. What can you hear me? I don't know if you can still hear me. Thank you so much, Alisha. That was really enlightening. And since a lot of my work has been on Shahjahanabad as well as oral history, so I can relate to how in this age of where you need to even help person packaged and sold in a very particular kind of way, we have this threat of commercialization beyond which scholars like Alisha are moving with the oral history. I've had the fortune of visiting both Partition Museum as well as the Katika Cultural Center, and they're doing some brilliant work in bringing forward the stories of people and the stories of people who have not been part of history, and thus bridging gaps between not just people but communities and narratives. So we will have our final presentation with Dr. Shanali now, who will be talking to us about oral history, method of reimagining our history, and not new, but like it has gained popularity recently since I was engaged with the same methods. again, putting power in the hands of. So over to you, Shmalia.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I thank my colleague Ekta for inviting me here. Extend my regards to my fellow panelists. Uh, as I understand, throughout this session, we are tracing a wonderful trajectory. It started with Lauro putting forward this wonderful question: is heritage limited to monuments? Then Ishan showing us how internet is a liberal medium. Anushka talking about digital walk, which we can do through our homes and which is very inclusive in nature, especially for people who are disabled. They will find it very interesting and intriguing as well. And then to the aspect of community knowledge. I, however, come here with a certain baggage in a sense that since I have recorded oral history and making oral history available on the internet can be problematic. So I come forward with a proposition called affective listening, and I will be deliberating on that.
पीपीटी में से वो दोबारा यही है ना सर? इसको फुल करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो आएगा नहीं सर। ठीक है नहीं हो रहा है सर, ये सब फुल ही है। काम नहीं कर रहा है इसमें, काम नहीं कर रहा है तो स्लाइड ही नहीं काम कर रहा है। तो चेंज हुआ नहीं हुआ अभी। ये है ना पीपीटी छोड़ो, शेयर कर दिया, नहीं शेयर किया, अभी करना है। तो चेंज हो रहा है, कल को इसमें हो रहा है।
Yeah. Since we are less on time, let's get down to the business. Just a brief background of the research that I have done or I still intend to do. So my research focuses primarily on the eastern aspect of the partition, where refugee migration happened from present-day Bangladesh or erstwhile East Pakistan to West Bengal, and the broad time frame was 1947 to 1970. The relevance lies in the fact that migration across the Bengal borderlands happened for decades after the partition and is still quite inescapable part of our geopolitics. But what really motivated me to look at oral narratives is the fact that I understand recorded tapes have a relic-like quality. The fact that narrative emerges after 77 decades of the partition and it gives the narrators a chance to remember what they've forgotten, heightens the emotional intensity of the narrative. And like a relic, the recorded tape stands the test of time. It's a testament to the fact that how partition is remembered and reflected upon by those who have witnessed it. Or to quote Mariella Rossello, forever the relic will testify. And it is because of this relic-like quality that we have institutions preserving
recorded tapes. And the digital turn in oral history really facilitates those who are not involved during the recording process. To put it very shortly, the digital tone in oral history, I think, serves two purposes. First, with the digitalization of the interviews, the oral histories obviously can be preserved more easily. And secondly, individuals or organizations preserving the narratives can make the interviews available to a wider audience when needed. Alistair Thompson, who was involved with the Australian Generation Oral History Project, rightly observes that digital tools and software make it easier to manage, share, manipulate, access complex oral history collection. Against this backdrop, I will be discussing a digital oral history repository called the 1947 Partition Archive. The archive has not gone public, but I received a grant from them to work on their archives, and most of the theoretical arguments have emerged from my association with them. Okay, just to give a brief of what the 1947 archive generally do. So it was founded by Gunita Singh Banla in 2011. We do not have trained oral historians to record narratives for them. It is mainly done by citizens, historians, or what we call, what they call oral history apprentices. More often than not, we oral historians are skeptical of the fact that often we tend to burden the narrative with our own intellectual baggage, and the narrators cannot properly express themselves. The understanding is that in the 1947 Partition Archive, most narratives are not susceptible to such misreading because the narratives are recorded by those who voluntarily, willingly decide to work for the museum. Look at the next example. I will read the slide. Yeah. So this is one of the interviews that I listened to. Like I said, partition in the Bengal borderlands is a long, protracted affair. And Dinobandhu Mojumdar, who is the narrator here, he migrated in 1950. He was talking about the reasons why he stayed back in East Pakistan after he got married. And he referred to a riot that happened in Muladi. Rai Kumar Roy, who was the interviewer, did not really know when exactly these riots took place. So she said this riot happened right after the partition, and Dinobandhu hurriedly said, no, these riots happened in 1950, 3 years after the partition. So in response to this question, Dinobandhu or Rai Kumar answers in the negative, and Dinobandhu dwells on the significance of the riots in his life. So what the interviewer perhaps misses, Rai Kumar misses, is diligently followed here by the listener, who in this case is me. For instance, had I been in Rai Kumar's shoes, I would have channelized the narrative on Dinobandhu's everyday life at the refugee camp where he stayed after coming to Bengal. In this case, however, since I was not involved during the interview process, I was more of a listener who is listening to the oral narrative. I had a different role to perform. I had to do it discerningly. I would often pause and re-listen some parts of the recording, which I thought were crucial to how the interviewee thought of his life. And when I say this, I refer to affect theory in a sense that many museums or organizations, for that matter, are making oral histories public. Those people who are listening to the oral histories are not involved in the recording process, so they are obviously not aware of the nuances that go into the entire process of interviewing. Against this backdrop, I introduced the concept of affective listening, where I think affect emerges from a keen understanding of what can connect one individual to the other. In the process, one simply does not hear the stories, but makes an attempt to be directed towards the condition in which the stories are shared. In the book, The Cultural Politics of Emotion, Sarah Ahmed observes that affect means to leave an impression, similar to how one leaves an impression on a surface after touching it. It is shaped by contact, depicting how emotions in general are relational. Interestingly, she uses the word towardness to suggest how we get affectively drawn to certain individuals by getting emotionally connected. So Ahmed believes that it is imperative to read the body as a sign of emotionality. So whenever we listen to interviews in a museum space or in a exhibition space, our job is primarily not to look for its informational content, but to look at the emotional value of a story which is being shared and conserved for progeny. I will refer to another interview to make a point about the body. Chitapon Kumar Chakraborty had migrated in 1952 from present-day Sylhet to West Bengal, and his was a very matter-of-fact narration, in a sense that he did not digress a lot from what he was saying. But when it came to talking about his ancestral home, he broke down emotionally. Uh, like he said, after coming from Sylhet, I felt nothing after the partition. He paused before the camera, and then he said, "But I could not go back to my home again." And then he started crying. He continued, "I felt extremely helpless after coming to West Bengal. When I felt lost, I often wanted to return to our home." Pauses, he tries to control his emotion, and he breaks down completely before saying that I still feel like going back to Sylhet again. Uh, to sum up, when Alistair Thompson talked about the affirmative role of technology in oral history, he also briefly touched upon the topic that it can lead one to manipulate it. There is merit in this observation, especially when one studies a sensitive topic like the partition. For the memories of the partition are still harked back to justify present day acts of communal violence in modern day South Asia. In this context, one realizes the importance of affective listening as it places an ethical responsibility on the listener. For affect here is theorized as an immersive experience of unmediated relatedness with the narrator story, where empathy rather than analysis is of prime importance. Importantly, it also makes us attentive to how the expanding spaces related to alternative epistemologies can be useful in understanding public history. In doing so, it directs us back to one of the fundamental frameworks of oral history, which is listening to stories in a diligent, discerning, and disciplined manner. Thank you.
So because I think we are very short on time, there's just one question that I would pose to the panelists and feel free to answer whichever you want to, and then we'll open the floor for the audience. Laura, can you hear me now?
No, it's not better. Can you go to the standing mic?
Okay.
I really can't hear you properly.
Because we are very short on time, so I thought we'll just I'll pose one question to the panelists, and then we can open the floor for the audience. We have been talking a lot about engaging communities, and whether they're in their interviews or their residents, or people Laurent talked about heritage sites of communities. How do you see the relationship between experts, so to say, and I think most of us will fall into that category, unfortunately or unfortunately, and of community, and how we interact with them when we go there. And as Ishan talked about, having a sense of history, developing a historical sense. So how do you see this? Where does the responsibility of the expert lie when we're dealing with something where community is involved? So I think Laurent, you want to take this question first, and then we can go around in the panel.
Okay, thank you, Ekta. So the way I see the relationship between experts, I think we first need to maybe break up the category of experts. You have the institutional experts or the official experts, which are the ones that I referred to in my presentation, the ones who sort of make and create these categories, these legal and administrative categories that we all look up to because they are the ones that get public money for their repair, but also they are sort of imbibed with the aura of official and objective truth. So when an organization such as the ASI writes a story on a notice board at a heritage site, it's sort of taken to be the truth. And then you have another category of experts, the historians. I really liked Eshan's presentation on how historians have a sort of obligation to reach out to people and to make history understandable. And I think this role of historians as intermediary between academia and the public is very important. And NGOs, communities that sort of try to reach out to the public are good because they can counteract or they can complement also the official narrative also the narrative that we get in the media. So the problem is always that also who is the community that we're talking about, because the people who attend heritage walks often already have an interest in history, so it's not always easy to reach beyond those people. So that's where schools and social media are important, because they can also reach beyond the usual suspects that would be interested in those issues. And one thing that sort of struck me when I was in Delhi last spring is to see that there's this new cafe near the Jama Masjid that has become very hyped. I forgot, like Gumbat Cafe or something. It's become very hyped up because it overviews the Jama Masjid, and all of a sudden it became very Instagram friendly and trendy. And I think these kind of places sort of make people who would not necessarily be drawn towards heritage suddenly rediscover what they have around them and go to places that they would not necessarily go to usually. And so I think it's up to many people like us and beyond to develop places that are attractive to the public, that valorize the heritage around it, to make heritage more lively, without, of course, forgetting the needs of the community, which who might not be always happy about the gentrification that this might create. So, yeah.
Thank you, Lorna. Does anyone else want to respond to this question, or should we move on to the cognitive question? Let's summarize. Okay, so can we have, if you have any specific question for any of the expert or to the entire panel, I see Saeed's hand up there and Kanupriya, and can we have the mics for them, please?
I would also request you to please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Hi, Laurent. I'm Saeed. I'm faculty at the same institute at ICDE. So I had a question about your definition of the monument.
Sorry, Saeed, sorry to interrupt you. Laurent, can you hear Saeed on that mic?
Yes, all good.
Yeah, so I had asked about your definition of the monument, because I was wondering how, because you keep talking about monuments of national importance, and very rightfully you say that this is a very sort of arbitrary method of classifying a site as a site of national importance or not. But there's also an arbitrariness in the categorization of the monument itself, right? In the history, within the history of colonial India, which the post-colonial state draws upon. And because if there are monuments, there are also ruins, right? Like the work of Hilal Ahmad or Anand Taneja, that primarily talks about this, or even Mrinalini Rajagopalan, that this becomes a monument, it suddenly becomes empty of another history. Right. So then how do you see this definition of the monument and the ruin? Or do you see, or is there something very like, because there is an arbitrariness in the way the colonial state also defined it. If that's clear. And I have one more question for everyone else. Am I allowed?
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can ask them later.
Yeah. No. So I was thinking about one was, I mean, I entirely agree with all of you, and I'm very happy that people are doing this, because historians sometimes don't do. But I was curious about the question of power in oral history, right? Power, but also difference. And when we are recording, how do we reconcile that, or how do we deal with that when Alicia, like for example, you mentioned there's a danger of commercialization, right, of heritage, which is actually there. It's quite present in Delhi's heritage. But what happens do we feed into a sort of essentialization of spaces and communities through the oral histories of particular individuals or in say positions of power, whose voices are not being heard even in these moments, and if we can, how do we deal with that?
Thank you, Sid. Laura, do you want to answer first, or should we? I think. Can you? Okay. Okay. So what we are going to do actually is going to take a couple of questions, and then everybody can respond collectively because we're short on time. So maybe speakers can make a note of the questions posed to them. Can we take a question from there? I see a hand there. Control. Yeah.
My question is, also thank you for this wonderful panel. I'm particularly grateful because my work is related to this area, but it's also interesting to hear all of these perspectives about this. I wanted to understand, just out of curiosity, what is the relationship that you have discovered between the oral history or the stories that are coming to archive and its official history? So this is particularly for Sonia and also Alicia.
Thank you. Any questions?
What is the relationship that you have found between what you see when you're recording, that space or that important story and the official archives that correspond with it? I will introduce myself. I'm Kanika from School of Languages and Literature.
Thank you. Maybe we can take one or two more questions. I see a hand there, Meher.
Thank you so much for the wonderful.
Can you speak loudly?
Thank you for the wonderful session. And my question is for Anushka that these digital works, I really like the idea of it. They're very inclusive, but there's always this thing of the lived experience. That if I'm going and experiencing that place, and in contrast to when I'm experiencing it digitally, so how do you incorporate that? Is what I want to.
Thank you. Maybe one more question, and then our experts can respond. I see a hand there. Can you keep your mic?
I'm Meenakshi from the Interior Design Program. First of all, it was a great session. So my question is to the general panel. So while as a part of a larger academic field, while we're interested in learning more about the history and unpacking the culture of heritage sites, to what extent does the immediate community have a tangible agency over these sites, and how does this affect the way we perceive these sites and its importance as we have been discussing about the oral narrative?
Thank you. Okay, so maybe we can have our experts speak to us one by one, and can we please keep it short because we're very short on time. Laurent, do you want to respond first, and then we can go to the people present here.
Okay, so to come back to Saeed's question and the definition of the monument, the difference between monument and ruins. You're right to point out that monument as a category is very arbitrary. And if you remember the definition that the Ancient Monuments Preservation Act of 1958 gives, it's like a list of different things. So they say a monument can be a building, it can be a ruin, it can be an archaeological site, it can be a remain, it can be a rock painting, it can be an excavation site. So it can be many things. But by listing types of structures, it also sort of restricts itself to what is listed, and it makes it hard to expand the definition. When talking about ruins, I think you mentioned previous listings of ruins and the Asar al-Sanadid by Sayyid Ahmad Khan. Actually, most of the monuments in Delhi were protected during the colonial era and using the work of Maulvi Zafar Hassan, who sort of made a list of all the ruins and monuments in Delhi. But what I find interesting is that, yes, a ruin can become a monument if it receives enough attention and if it goes through this sometimes contingent and arbitrary administrative process. But declaring any structure to be a monument sort of turns it into a ruin, is that it kills it. It freezes it in the past. the SI actually refers to religious structures that are not active and conserved as monuments, such as, well, the Sher Shah Mosque in the Purana Kila. The SI refers to them as dead monuments. So these places need to be preserved in the way they are, and they cannot be used for the objective that was intended by the architects. So in a way, the image of the ruin always pervades the category of the monument. And if we consider heritage this way, then we sort of prevent heritage from evolving and the communities from also keeping it alive.
Laura, can you move on to Alicia now, or you had a question on your question of authority? Okay. Laura's benefit. Hi. So, coming to the question of intangibility and tangibility, and text, and how our oral history is becoming our source. So, going back to how do we study Delhi's history? So, I think some of the most important sources, Asar Sanadis, Murakai Delhi, and the recently translated the accounts of Ramji Das Sarishta Dhat. One thing that is common is all of them are Dilliwalas writing to Delhi. Murakai Delhi was also a personal diary of Dargah Kuli Khan, and he writes his own personal experiences. So, what we are talking about is oral narratives and how we are recording them. The text that exists today can also be seen as something that that have been written down. And I mean, Shah Mitra Chinoy, when she's analyzing all these work, she says that because all these authors, they were Dilliwalas, they could not compartmentalize the tangible, the monuments history, plus the culture and the events, the festivities that was happening. So hence we get a more comprehensive view of the city because they were the people of the city. Then coming to Saeed's question about the power dynamics. So for me personally, because I work in the area where I come from, for me the familiarity with the respondents actually helped me, maybe do a better interview, a better understanding of the experiences of the people. And when I started with my work, my main idea was that, okay, you would find a couple sippers oral history, you would find all these, people who are already recognized, known, and, maybe come, they come from an elite background. Their narratives you would find, but what about the people, what are the others who came? So even if I talk about the residents of Delhi, you would come across Anil Chunnamal a lot of time. Anil Prashad sab jante hain, from the Chunnamal Haveli. But what about the other? There are so many more. So that's how I inquired, and because I am from the area, so that helped me do my narrative, I think, more organic. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. I think we had one question for Shumala and Anushka, and then we can wrap up. Yes. Yeah, I can just come out quickly.
To answer Kanupriya's question first, you see, archives are of different order. The commonplace notion regarding oral history is that the narratives that we get generally contradict what is being portrayed in the archive, and I agree with that. But at the same time, there are certain archives which are not run by the state, which are not officially organized as well. So when you look at archives like that, you see the oral histories do not really contradict, but also complement the kind of history that we are trying to narrate. Just to give a small example from the research area that I work, initially the narratives that came to focus were upper caste narratives, and there was a hue and cry that the Dalit narratives were not being recorded. And now people have recorded narratives of Namasudras or Dalits or Mathuras who came from East Pakistan. But just to say those Dalit narratives did not exist would be a misnomer, because there is an archive called the Little Magazine Club in Calcutta, where we have magazines written by Dalit writers. And if you read those stories along with the narratives, you see that those histories complement each other. So I think it depends on the archive that you're viewing. It can contradict, but it can complement as well. The question of power regarding oral history, there is no denying that there is an uneven power balance. the sheer fact that one who's recording has some kind of academic training perhaps, or at least is aware of the nuances of oral history is itself very problematic. And one thing that is really challenging in oral history is that when we record, it is the oral narration, and oral in general is very fluent, transient, the way I'm talking now. But once you put it in writing, that becomes a fixed form, and that again underlines certain kind of authority. So what I have done during my field work is that, and that obviously came with number of interviews that I've done. First thing, I never pushed on my own research agenda. If I understood that a particular interview is not going to a plan, I still made a point to sit there, focus on what the particular interview is saying, for the simple reason that he or she has agreed to share their stories with me. Another thing, what when it comes to academic writing that I've followed is that I completely deconstruct my position as a field researcher, as a male, upper caste male going to a particular area, and I position myself in the field. I think that in a way at least allows the reader to understand who exactly is the interviewer and what kind of power dynamics is there. But it's always present. Yeah.
Just a clarification. I was focusing more on the power dynamics within the community that are being because even amongst the marginalized, there is a power dynamic that plays out.
I think that will. I mean, this power dynamics. It's natural to stay because again, coming from my research area, I remember Achal Malhotra telling me once that initially the partition entire studies concerning partition started with Punjab, and we kept saying that Bengal may come why. It's not the fault of people who have worked in Punjab. You should start in Bengal. Now that people have started working in Bengal, people are saying Northeast is not being covered. So I'm sure there will be a trajectory of thought that will keep on pursuing, or Sindhis for that matter. They say that art is not being covered, but people are trying in their own regard. But in terms of class and caste dynamics, this hierarchy will exist. People who are far more eloquent, who are well aware of the history, their stories are bound to be the first to be recorded, and then we go to the marginalized narrative.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry to rest of our speakers because due to paucity of time, we might not be able to take some of the brilliant questions that were posed to them. Thank you so much for joining us, especially Laurent from Paris, joining us very early morning. So thank you for your thoughts, and I think the key takeaway from this panel as we move forward in this conference, which would be focusing on how we preserve our heritage through digital engagement, is to understand that how we even define history or heritage, quote unquote. Let's put history under quotation, and who defines what history is and who defines what heritage is, and to constantly question the set narrative that has been given to us either via digital works, either via actually going to places with Ishan or talking to academicians on Facebook, or talking to people like Anisha and Shumala are doing. So through different methods to constantly engage beyond the traditional sources. So thank you so much to all the speakers, and people who couldn't ask their questions, please talk to them during the tea break or the lunch break and engage with them informally and maybe connect with them digitally over social media. So over to you, Khushbu.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. I would now request Professor Onkanam, our Vice Dean of Research, to felicitate our guests. Can you please get the mufflers for Miss Alisha Ali? You have to face the camera. Mr. Ishan Sharma. Ananta, maybe you can put the muffler across the neck. And for Dr. Somalia Mukhopadhyay.
ऐसे हाँ
Yeah, your name is there.
oh wow one thank you okay
Thank you, Professor. We will now break for lunch. Lunch is organized in P4 mezzanine mess area, and we'll resume session 2 on public governance and policy in urban heritage conservation and adaptive reuse at 2:50 p.m. sharp. See you all.
So welcome back to the second half of our conference today. I hope you had a great lunch. We will now move on to our session 2, which delves into the intricate interplay between public governance policy in the realm of urban heritage conservation and adaptive reuse. The session will be moderated by Dr. Daniela, Managing Director of Utopian, and I hope all of us, if everyone will set up. So I please invite Dr. Daniela to take over. Thank you.
So with this happening, we have a very nice lunch break and are all energetic to hear about participation. So we'll be talking about participation in that was a problem. Ladies, we have fantastic lady guests this afternoon talking to us. Can you all hear me? There was a bit of problem in the previous set.
Yes.
Hello,
Yes.
very welcome to New Delhi with us. So, it is a real pleasure to be together this afternoon. We will be talking about participation in heritage projects, and we will be traveling together to Europe and visiting many different cities with whom myself and my colleagues have been collaborating. So we're very, very happy to have with us a very female panel, actually, I must say. So that's a very beautiful thing. So I will start by sharing a few words about our guests, who we thank very much for the availability. Because this is the occasion, as we just said also this morning, about really sharing experiences between European cities and Indian cities and Indian students and Indian activists, because it's so important when we talk about participatory processes in heritage. It's really talking, as we said this morning, about the political identity of communities and how do we want to make sure that by engaging citizens, we will be able to bring that societal change that we aspire towards. And so we're very happy. I'll also tell our guests, whom I will now introduce, that we've had very interesting discussions today about how it is important also the role of research and university in supporting the societal change. So you might not be able right now to see all the students that are sitting in front of us, but I can assure you that you will get to speak to them in the Q&A session, as they've been very dynamic this morning. So I hope also after the lunch break you will be just as much, if not more. So I would like to invite you, first of all, to come to Lisbon. Any of you have ever been to Portugal? Lisbon is a fantastic city. We have with us Marta Silva, who is a cultural expert and activist and dancer, and especially community organizer in heritage reuse. So she will be telling us about the work carried out in Lisbon. Hello, Marta.
Hello, Danny. nice to see you, and hope to see the other students in a few minutes. Yeah.
We'll see that now. Thank you. We'll see encouragement on our side on this as well. Thank you. So I would like to invite also Emanuela Medeghini, who's from Ravenna, a beautiful city in Italy. When you go to Italy, do go to Ravenna. Very interesting also in terms of heritage preservation. We've had a huge flood just not that many months ago. And the city of Ravenna, so Emanuela, hello Emanuela, is a representative of the city of Ravenna, and will be telling us about how, interestingly also for you, heritage preservation, innovation and technology can work together. So, hello Emanuela, thank you for being with us.
Hi everyone, really happy to be virtually in India, which is a country that I really love.
Thank you. Very welcome. I would then like to say hello to Svetlana Vainova. Hello, from the city of Sofia in Bulgaria, whom also we've been working with over the last years on a European funded project called Agora, which was actually, I think out of the many projects that have been carried out, we've been talking about how to reuse industrial heritage and turn it into a more cultural asset. So, hello, Svetlana.
Hello as well.
Thank you for being with us. And last but not least, we're very happy to have with us Petra Merchinko. Hi, Petra. Lovely to see you again. So,
and thank you for having me as well.
Thank you. From the city of Dubrovnik in Croatia, fantastic heritage reuse project she will tell us more about that used to be a lagonet. So, and has been turned into a cultural center. So again, we see how the cultural activities are so important for accompanying that societal, cultural, and also economic models that we want to establish for a more just society. So thank you very much, ladies, for being with us. Now, in the best of tradition, we are slightly running late, so we thank you for the time, and we don't want to abuse of your availability as you might have had other appointments after this. So we would like to ask you to keep your presentations for approximately 10 minutes, so we have time then also for questions and answers also from the audience, which is also the most fun part. So we'll try, if you like, we'll have two presentations in a row, and then just Q&A, and then go back to the question, to the presentation. So we try it out like that. Magda, I would like to ask you to take the floor and tell us about the lovely work that you and all the community are developing in Lisbon. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this invitation. I will share my screen with you. Can you confirm? Yeah?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. So, as Daniela told you, I'm Marta Silva. I'm one of the founders of this cultural and social solidarity nonprofit cooperative, and the name of our cooperative is Largo Residências. So residences is residencies, and largo is the translation of square, or it means toponymic place of the cities. And our main mission is to develop projects of social inclusion and local development through cultural activities, and as well as developing social businesses, because we want to be as much as possible auto-sustainable, in not only in economical way but also in social way, to be always working with the community that we propose to work with. So we mainly promote cultural activities and the creativity as a tool that is determined for the successful of sustainability of the regeneration processes and urban regeneration processes of our territory. Where Lisbon, it's a beautiful city, and it's very diverse. And we were born, our cooperative, in the city center of Lisbon, but more than 10 years ago, we called it Central Peripheria. Because what? Because it was, for the last decades, it was a kind of red light district of the city, a place where a lot of vulnerabilities, social vulnerabilities were based. There were a lot of people related with drug consumption, prostitution. It's a place where the majority of migrants, when they came to Portugal and Lisbon, they have been living there and working there. And we have around 100 nationalities living in this small district. So actually, it's very cosmopolitan, it's very inspiring, but there was a dark moment of the area where nobody wanted to go there, even if it was really, really central city of Lisbon. And you can see in this first image on the top, it was, we took this photo in 2011. We were already a group of people related with arts and culture and education and architecture and psychology and anthropology, and we are already working together in a cultural association. But we realized that our neighborhood was really with high contracts, and a lot of people from a special part, this part that we call intendent, the name of the neighborhood, they were not so engaged with the activities because they had a lot of problems in their lives. And we found that this square that you see on the photo was an amazing place to be used like a living room, a communitary living room to join people from this district that normally were avoided by everybody. And so finally we started in 2011 to work and to rent this blue building that you see here on the image, and with beautiful tiles that are very typical from our city. And actually, in the beginning of the process, we realized that our mayor at that time was starting a big rehabilitation process on the territory. So, as you can see, everything started to be rebuilt in the streets and on the square. The square, that's why we are Largo, it's the translation of square. Because inside the building, we have our social businesses, and the majority of the cultural activity were made outside in the neighborhood, the territory, on the streets, on the square, on the houses of the neighbors, on the old collectivities and associations. So during 2012, it was this big works going on, and as you can see, in 2013, they were already done, and we were really happy there in that place till the end of 2021. Why? Because this was a private building. We have rented it for 10 years, and our work and all the work of other actors had helped to really increase and put better this place. That the speculation came, and unfortunately they didn't renovate our contract, and now almost all the new projects and social solidarity economy projects, non-profit, were evicted from that place. So now in 2022, as you can see on the image from down, because we didn't have any more the space to work, we just invade old barrack from a police force of Portugal, that is GNR, that was empty. It is from our government, and in some years it was supposed to be privatized, but luckily our government stopped this process, and they decided that in the future it will integrate the program of affordable rents for housing and services promoted by the government. That you can believe, because of the speculation now, we really need this kind of affordable rents. So in 2015, actually, it's when the building was stopped the activity, and in that year, actually, it was the first time that we did a performance inside the building. And in 2020, because we had the COVID crisis, as you all have passed through, we had this big challenge of before we were always using the streets and the square as our stage, but finally we couldn't do it anymore, the activities on the streets, because of all the COVID rules. And that's when we had the reason to ask the government to do a punctual activity, that is our annual festival, inside this empty building that we knew that was still going to be empty for a while till they prepare all the new process and the financial process for the housing program. So finally, in 2022, when we had to leave the Independence Square, our beautiful building, we did always our activity in this old barrack. And because the lack of spaces for cultural and non-profit social activities were not just a problem from ourselves, the majority of other projects were also evicted and couldn't afford affordable rents, not only to live but also to work. We did an open call, and for this last year, we have developed a pop-up occupation as a cultural hub and center, and we hosted around 50 initiatives in permanency here. So we were more than 150 cultural and social workers developing a lot of activity. But to explain you a little bit more, as I told you, our context since ever was this marginalized territory and the vulnerable communities, and this public investment that our government made in this regeneration plan. As I told you before, we have a lot of social asymmetries, and the big gentrification came because of the real estate speculation. So, since the beginning, we decided to be more and more social sustainable, doing our proximity work, and to include always as much as possible the community and the different kinds of communities who have work, by having cultural mediators and community mediators in our team. So it's the idea not of working with these vulnerability people, but it's the idea of bringing them to our team, to hide them. And that's why by having our social businesses was an opportunity not only to be auto-sustainable, but especially to create local jobs for these vulnerable people. And the main activities is to promote artistic program of residencies and free cultural programmation activities, trainings that promote as much as possible the social inclusion and that act in multi-sectoral levels, related our work with several issues like employment, health, housing, urban questions. So to be aware of all the challenges of our neighborhood and how the activities can address its problems. And we have been a kind of case study for this relationship of the social and cultural project with the auto-sustainability process, and also how we have been active in all this urban regeneration as active actors. So you can see that our stage can be the square, can be in the window of someone that cannot leave their house. So we always try to create activities to engage as much as possible our community in our work. So in the last 12 years, we could give opportunity to more than 4,500 cultural workers, not only from our place, but national and international artists and other cultural workers. We engage more than 4,000 neighbors of the community in participatory projects. We have developed more than 2,000 events, and we have kind of 11 permanent projects that are thinking in specific issues. And we, of course, collaborate in some local and international networks. So to finish with the numbers, we are 13 cooperants that are in charge of the administration of the cooperative. Some of us are workers, some other are only cooperants and they have their own jobs. So we are around 60 workers. And in our team, we have already integrated more or less 8 really vulnerable, social vulnerable people in the team. And we have this experience in the local participation. So in the past, in the first project, what were our social businesses were, as I told you, the activities, artistic activities were happening outside mainly. And to finance our work, we have in the building two 2 floors of rooms where we had a hostel and some suites. So it was a kind of touristic project that some of the rooms were for free for vulnerable people or for artists that were working with us, and some of the other rooms were to host guests. And so that was a way to support our work. And also we had a cafe, restaurant, and that was a kind of meeting place to engage people from that were passing in the project, people from the neighborhood, the workers, the community, and so it was a kind of meeting place, not only to have a drink, but also with the permanent programmation inside this place, and then also an art shop to sell some of the works. And then we can share the presentation because I'm not going to explain fully the different projects that we have been developed, but then you can access this link and you can see how. Sorry?
Just we can definitely share the presentation with everybody. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yeah. We can definitely share the presentation so that you can also access the link and also get more into the detail. And that way, sorry, Michael, please go ahead with the question.
So to jump now for for what we are doing now and what issues and what challenges are we addressing now. That's why I'm going to skip this deep part of seeing the projects and activities, but then you can consult them in the link. And so, as I told you, last year we have changed from Intendant Square to this old headquarters, this barrack, and it's very beautiful. It's a kind of beautiful building and heritage of the city that, in our opinion, was a crime to be abandoned so many years, even if it has a future. There are maybe 5, 6, 8 years of emptiness that with the conditions that we have now to be working in the city and living in the city, they are so hard to challenge that we need to use the spaces as much as possible, even if it's for temporary uses. And so we created this social and cultural temporary hub, as you can see now, and the idea of making this space open for the citizens and for the projects. And as I told you, we host 50 projects inside. And so we create a kind of ecosystem of collaboration, but not only for the projects, it's open to the community. So it's a place that everybody can come and can enjoy. And we have more than, as I told you before, 150 permanent workers here. And because we are also sharing this old building, half of it's a temporary shelter for homeless people, run by our municipality. So our priority was also to give some jobs for these homeless people that are our neighbors, to try to be part of our team. And normally, if you come here, we don't say, look, this is the homeless guy. No, the idea is to engage community independent on which condition are they coming from, and to be just part of this community. So we are already creating this last year at least 4 jobs for homeless and also for refugees. And as I told you before, we developed more in this last year, just in this place, more than 100 activities, cultural and social, and engaged a part of these permanent projects. We engage around more 70 partners with punctual occupations. This is the list of projects, and I'm not going to read it because they are from here, then you can also see them better. But as you can see, the areas that they address, they are very open. We have a restaurant, we have an association of the Afghan community of refugees here. We have association to promote child safety. We have cinema, we have architecture and environmental conservation, cultural mediation, climate justice, and so on, performance, citizenships, mental health support, artist agency, a feminist school, sustainability textile and so circular economy projects, crossing areas and visual arts. So a lot of areas in that share a beautiful space. Also, we have hosting individual artists to develop their. But the big space that is outside of the buildings, but inside the quartel, it's the idea of having finally a part of the city without cars, where the schools, where the elderly centers can use, because we have more and more lack of space for neighbors to meet. Normally, the public space is fulfilled with the terraces of bars and restaurants, and you have to pay a lot of money to have a drink. And we have less and less space for people just to be, to get together, to use for what they want to do. So it's a really intergenerational place and program, and familiar for all the areas and families. And of course, we have special attention for still more vulnerable people. We have a specific project with the refugees, and we have a program of temporary housing for them. We have some rooms that they can live during more or less 1 year, and that are related also in their hometowns with cultural activities. So it's the idea of having a program not because they are refugees, but because they are artists. A lot of activism and youth people that are fighting for climate justice and housing justice. So a lot of flags for manifestations are being preparing here and organizing here. And of course, we want to be a kind of pilot project that show to our government that we need more and more places for people.
Martha?
Hello?
Martha, please forgive, there was a problem with the microphone. I was telling you that we're going a bit over time. Can I ask you to maybe wrap up and then we will share the presentation and maybe that way we
Okay.
Details.
But it was a long time? No. No.
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry.
Okay. So I think I have shown a lot the what we are doing in this place, and it's the idea of creating alternative spaces and the idea of a third space, something that is a mix between public, private, and the citizens' initiatives to share more and more our concerns and to try to build a more fair city, because our city is really facing huge challenges of being not affordable for the community. Of course, we have some national and international recognition of our practices, but and this is our contacts and we can explore and contacts too. But just to finish, now, as you see, we said that it was temporary, so we are really now in the end of this occupation, and we're still not sure about our future, but we are influencing and trying to negotiate with the government the next place that we are going to move. That is a kind of place that is also in transition, and that are these big places that were empty, that will be in the future part of the neighborhood. And so we are trying to, with our action, to contaminate the public policies, because normally cultural and social economy and non-profit activities are not put it on the table when they are drawing new parts of the city. Normally it's used only with activation the place and then go away to come hotels after. But we are trying to fight and to find the possibility to integrate in the future projects of these old buildings a permanent space to do our work in this territory, because it can be now fulfilled with richness, but it's still a big place of social contrasts. Okay. So I think that's all, and then I can answer.
Thank you so much, Martha. That was super interesting. And I think it's extremely relevant. If you can stop sharing the screen and we will share then everybody we will be sharing with you the presentation so we can go more into that. But once again, thank you very much, Martha. And I think this also because the project in which we are all together here and which a lot of the students have worked with is the restoration toolkit. So this toolkit where practitioners together with citizens can work in renovating the historical heritage of their city and improving also the craftsmanship to bring, create new jobs also in the heritage. At the same time, a lot of the work in the university is connected up with a lot of innovation and also in digital. So, for instance, the toolkit is online, providing also a lot of the digital interface for online trainings as well. And this brings me then to Emanuela in Ravenna. Thank you again for being here because the city of Ravenna has an amazing heritage patrimony that is very, very, very precious for all of us. And at the same time, they have been working on regenerating areas also so they have a lot of skills in terms of historical patrimony, but they have also been working on some industrial sites and regenerating industrial sites with community engagement, also through the digital. So I would like Emanuela to share with us also how this has been working. I'm really sorry to have to stress about the time, but when you're speaking, there is a problem of connection with interacting with you, so it's very hard, and so I don't want it to be rough because we're so happy that you did give us the time to discuss. So I would ask Emanuela approximately 10 minutes to present so that we can then have question and answers also with you. Please, Emanuela, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm very happy to talk about after Marta. And by the way, I would like to invite her in Ravenna. Maybe if she doesn't find a good place to move in Lisbon, she can move to the docks of Ravenna, where we have lots of things to do. And I will tell you what we have done so far. Shall I share my screen? Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
And okay. Can you see the presentation? Can you confirm?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So I'm going to tell you about this area of the city of Ravenna where we have implemented a project funded by the European Union under the Urban Innovative Actions program. And the project was called DARE, Digital Environment for Collaborative Alliances to Regenerate Urban Ecosystems in Middle-sized Cities. And it lasted a little bit more than 3 years. But this was not a project for us. This was rather a way to restart a regeneration process with a new approach. Let me show you where we are. We are in Italy, in the Emilia-Romagna region, and Ravenna is a wide municipality. We are over 650 square kilometers, which makes of us the second largest municipality in Italy after Rome. But we have only 155,000 inhabitants, so the population is quite scattered. And our territory is touched by the sea, by an important commercial port, and we have different areas of the municipality. The most inhabited ones are the city center, about 40,000, the South Ravenna, about 30,000, and the Darsena, the dock area where we worked, it's about 20,000 inhabitants. And as it was said, Ravenna is known worldwide for the ancient heritage and also for the sandy beaches and for the port area, but we also have this important industrial and I would say human heritage, which is concentrated in the dock areas, in the Darsena, That's exactly where we located our project, our regeneration project. You can see maybe from the map that this area is almost as big as the city center and is somehow divided from the city center by the railway, and which somehow cuts the good part of the city, the ancient part, the traditional cultural heritage part, from this part, which used to be the city port. But then the port moved away towards the seaside in the 60s. So this area, which is actually very close to the city center, very close to the railway station, has become a dismissed area, an abandoned area, where we have industrial artifacts and industrial buildings which are recognized of relevance and importance also from the cultural point of view. They are pieces of heritage, but they are mainly, they were abandoned. And also this area is characterized by a social housing area. So exactly as happened in Lisbon, this area of the city had some darker years in the 70s, where the Ravenna people would not go there, where it was somehow stigmatized place, where crime was committed, where drug was dealt, and this was somehow true and somehow like a storytelling and a stigmatization of the area. During the years, there were projects and attempts to start the regeneration, but they all had to face with the complexity of the area because of the segmentation among different private properties. And when you don't have a public property of the area, you don't have many ways of intervention and many means of interventions. And then because also of the human and social complexity. Of course, in the years we had many attempts and many projects, but what we tried to do in the recent years was to have an integrated approach. And another idea of urban regeneration that was based on a collective storytelling and a collective story of transformation. So we didn't, we left apart the master plans and the top-down strategies, which were tried in the past and did not prove to be very efficient. And we started what we hope is going to be a long-term process of change based on involvement of different subjects, of different operators. And of course, we started involving the citizens, the NGOs, the associations, but also the landowners and the investors. So we want and we need a multi-level engagement with a collaborative approach and with different kinds of paths and of collaboration that need to be structured according to the different cooperation level. So we had to build a new idea of participation, to build new visions, new projects, and to start from the existing practices a project, but we have to build paths to generate new ideas and new projects, and to create connections among the different levels that are normally not interacted one with the other. For example, NGOs, associations, citizens, together with the landowners, together with the investors. We have engaged all this also thanks to digital. And actually, we started up the participation path during the pandemic. So when the digital tools were really relevant, and when people also approached in a different way to digital tools. So somehow we were helped by this, and somehow it was very hard to engage a community during the pandemic. But somehow we managed, and we engaged a path where the citizens were involved to design different possible evolution and scenarios for the area, composed of several integrated projects. So we managed actually to engage about 50 organizations, and ranging from informal groups of few people to important research centers to universities, to bring up relevant development projects for the area. And we asked them to work together and to merge the projects into a tactic, because we believe that the regeneration is not made by the single projects, but is made by a set of projects that work together as a tactic. So we had 3 possible tactics, one based on the evolution of the area as the city lab, the innovation lab. One was based more on the idea of the cosmopolitan district, and the other one on the green district and the sustainable district. All 3 were relevant, but we told the citizens that we cannot do everything at once, so we had to choose a priority. So after this path of involvement of different subjects to bring up new projects and work together, we developed the 3 tactics, and we called the citizens to vote for the preferred tactics. And we had a winning tactic, which was the green Darsena, the sustainable Darsena. These tactics and the related projects were helped by a professional team to further develop, to have business plans, and in some cases also through the digital to do crowdfunding. So to use again digital tools to support the project development.
So Manuel, if that's okay, we have another minute or 2 just so that you're aware of the time. Thank you.
Yes. So I will only concentrate on the fact that we have developed a complex digital infrastructure. This complex digital infrastructure helps us to collect materials and data. And I will give you 2 examples of engagement for the regeneration and for the evolution. So we have done a call for all the families of the district to collect private pictures and private videos that were so digitalized, and they are now part of a digital archive of the district, combined with other sources of multimedia elements. So this way we have started really building a collective memory and a collective storytelling of the district. Another idea is that we conducted a survey and on the quality of life of the district. So we collected a variety of data that is now part of a quality of life dashboard, and that will help us measure the evolution of the district to this respect. And basically what we are trying to do with digital and with real activities is choral storytelling of the district, because we believe that the storytelling is an integral part, is a regeneration action. So for the regeneration of the district and of its heritage, we need interventions in the physical space, we need community activities, but we also need to build a storytelling for keeping up with the feelings of pride, of identity, and of evolution of the area. So This is somehow one of the new things that we engaged and that are becoming part of the long-term process of regeneration. And I will stop here and I remain available for questions.
Thank you, Manuela. That's very, very interesting and relevant. And I think it's also probably resonating very much about the digital dimension and how relevant it is for getting the people involved and engaged. So I would say, as in the Western tradition, we are running late. I would say that we have all the speakers and then we get the round of questions. Would that be okay with everybody? So that we have a bit more of an overview of everything. So at this point, thanks again, Manuela, very, very much. And I would like to move with Katarina over to Sofia. And I would have them at this point the perspective of another city administration in talking about the regeneration of the top centrale. So Katarina, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. No? Katarina, we don't hear you. You need to unmute. Try again.
Yes. Thank you, Dani. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hi. So we continue to further go down south in Southern Europe. Now we go to the east, and I talk from Sofia, which is the capital of Bulgaria. And I work for Sofia Development Association, and as the name says, we are concerned with the development of the city. And if you are not familiar with Sofia, it's, apart from being really beautiful and really very, very old city, it also underwent a very fast economic development over the last 25 years or so, and it doubled its GDP within 20 years. So what happens when there is a very fast economic development? What happens in the city structure? Lots of new construction. So lots of new development and lots of new construction. It's not much different than in a family home. So every now and then you want to change something in your furniture, you want to renovate, children grow up and they want to change their rooms, and family functions differ. So it's sort of similar in a city, only it is very, very, very much more complex, because there are other factors, and one of them is the economic development. So there is money and investment here and there, and different parts of town really quickly develop. But the problem is that they don't develop at the same speed. So here and there you have really fast development and new buildings and new neighborhoods and new public spaces. And in other parts, they're sort of run down and deserted. It's the other thing is you may have this conflict at home, but in a city you for sure have a conflict. So you always negotiate what actually to renovate, how to renovate it, who owns this process, who benefits from the final product. So whenever you're listening to my example with Tupu Centrala, just keep in mind those key questions like, all right, so this is a part of a city, industrial heritage that we want to reclaim and to rebuild into the city fabric. But in addition to that, also you have to keep in mind that we have winners and we have losers from all processes. And then the other key concern I have about urban regeneration over the years is how do we make sure that not only the local community is properly engaged and that this process is properly negotiated with those that are living there, whose heritage that is, but also how do we guarantee that the final product is actually site-specific, that it brings value to the city and we don't repeat the same models over and over different cities throughout the world. So at the end, we all look like a big airport. You change the continents and the cities, but you see the exactly same things. So let me walk you through quickly over one example from Sofia. It's called Tupu Centrala. Tupu Centrala means the heating plant. And the picture you see what Tupu Centrala used to look like when we started dealing with it in probably 2010 or so. So at that time, this was a huge, empty industrial space at the very heart of Sofia, because it used to be the heating plant for the National Palace of Culture, but it was only used as such for 5 years or so. So when we started working with it, there were actually a couple of other very important factors. One was that there was a significant, huge, acute need for home for the independent artists. So there were artists that were supported by the city or by the state, but there are always a number of independent artists, and they are like the orphans in the arts, and they didn't have their home. That is a signature building of one of these numerous rundown buildings that were actually available in the city, that the citizens didn't want to just pull down and disrupt and have the space for another developer for blocks of flats or shops, but they wanted brought back and preserved to the city fabric. The timing was very favorable. And I want to emphasize this because not all processes of urban regeneration are successful. I mean, one of the factors that contributes to eventual success is really, is it the right time for it? Are there supportive mechanisms for it? So at the time this process started, Sofia was applying for European Capital of Culture. We didn't succeed, by the way, but it's not so important. What matters is that such processes actually engage a lot of public attention and a lot of newcomers to the process that actually become engaged. We had a lot of, this particular project had a lot of external support. Big European networks actually supported it, and that created outside support and outside pressure, which combined with the internal demand, and it really made it a really good starting point. And the most important thing probably is that from the start till the end, it was a grassroots effort. Now have a look at the timing. It's not a report. You don't need to read all the details and the years, but what I want you to see is that it's a long process. So we started the regeneration of Tuput Centrala in the year 2014. And it's sort of finished by the end of last year. So it's nearly a decade of very active work. These processes just take time. It takes time in order to achieve both a good result, but also authenticity. It's just not like that. It's not on the spur of the moment if you want to have lasting results and really good ownership. It's a lot of actors were engaged in it, from international networks to international architectural competition for the renovation of the building, the actual physical reconstruction, and then lots of efforts that we actually devoted to the idea of what it is going to do when it is ready. Petra also mentioned the artistic excellence. So how do you guarantee that once it is ready, it's actually used in a meaningful way, adding value to everyone in the process? So here is basically what the building used to be. You see that, or maybe you don't see so well, but it's a relatively big building hidden in a park. This is our central park. It's in a very central location. And since it was a service building to the National Palace of Culture, it had to be sort of hidden in the park. And it's been unused for decades and decades, for over 40 years. Otherwise, it's really wonderful location and great space with great potential. So what it is now is actually a really nice contemporary art center. It has a significant amount of built-in area, 7 different art venues, lots of park area around supporting it. There are a couple of pictures to just get an idea how lively and great place it is today. At the average, it has over 700 visitors a day. But what's most important is what was in between these two, between the empty, deserted building that you saw in the beginning and what it is today. These were 10 years of extensive efforts on the parts of very many people. What you see here and what was the driver of the process is actually a lot of community efforts, a lot of self-organizing. So you see that for a very long time, this just deserted building was just open for people to come and imagine what they wanted it to be. And then the lady in the white blouse is our mayor, who has been part of this process for 10 years, like negotiating different visions, because that's another thing about community engagement. Variety of stakeholders have variety of ideas how actually to renovate something and what it means to them. So in just a couple of learning points from this process that I think might be as relevant for Sofia as they would be for Dubrovnik or for New Delhi. Grassroots efforts count a lot. So who is the heart of this change? Are people really involved? Are they involved in a meaningful way? Who will own the reform? Who will benefit from it? So how to meaningfully engage the citizens is a top-notch priority. Then no major renovation is possible without political leadership. Because it has to relocate a lot of resources. It really is a very serious investment, but it's more than just investment. It's also different visions and different priorities, and it's very difficult to really have a major renovation without very sound and persistent political leadership. It's very important to continue the process after the physical renovation of the heritage site of the heritage building. All right, so we renovated, but what will happen afterwards? Because it could easily go down to ruins once again. So how to program it, how to socialize it, how to guarantee artistic quality, how to guarantee meaningful engagement there is a great priority, and efforts have to be allocated there as well. And probably one final learning point from me is, okay, imagine that something is renovated and it's really beautiful and it's full of life, but if it doesn't fit well into the environment, into the neighborhood, it's also always going to look like a little bit artificial, out of place. So another set of efforts need to be allocated to integrate it into the environment. What you see on those pictures and what we worked with Daniela and her team on Agora project was how to integrate Tuplo Centrala into the park area and into the neighborhood around. So we started doing lots of things with the rivers around and connecting smoothly this contemporary art center with the park on the one side and with the neighborhoods on the other side. And this is part of what I mean by how do we make something site-specific and not have the same model from Portugal applied to Sofia and from Sofia applied elsewhere. And these are a couple of things that we've learned over the process. It's a learning curve because situations change, and the city is a very dynamic entity. It changes constantly. So the other learning point that's not here, but I would like to share and finish with it, is that you have to constantly be on the lookout of how the city is shaping now and where it needs us to really have targeted efforts to increase and preserve one part of the city and develop other parts of the city, and how to reinvent and refunction all this preserved heritage, because every era produces new heritage, and we have to somehow negotiate which of it we keep and how we refunction it.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I think that also, again, this morning we were talking about the storytelling and this connected and what you explained today, I think is very relevant also in terms of thinking about the architecture faculty, the connection also with the environment, and making sure that this is not going to cause so-called gentrification. Are you all familiar with the concept of gentrification? You know what it is? Down there? Can somebody share a definition of gentrification? You know what it is? Aha! Well then,
Petra, I think maybe the case of the city of Dubrovnik, which is a beautiful, beautiful city facing the sea, that has had a lot of touristification, or tourists, massive tourists that have created an increase in the real estate value, and a lot of the people that used to be living in the neighborhoods used to have to move out because the real estate was too expensive. Now, you remember when we were talking this morning about the political value of your work? Well, when you design the renovation of a building and you make it beautiful, the value is going to increase. So it's part of your job also to think what will be happening to the people living in that building and to the people that are living in the building around the interventions where you will be working on. So this said, Petra, thank you very much. The floor is yours, and take us to the Dubrovnik, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. Let me just start sharing my screen. 1 second. Okay, so I hope you can see it, and welcome to Dubrovnik, Croatia, so back on the Mediterranean coast. We are dealing with participatory governance in a heritage site, which is always a very fun and almost problematic process. It takes a very long effort, but before all of that, before we think about the governance model, we need to take into consideration what is the local context of this model. So in case of Dubrovnik, it's the monoculture of tourism, like we said, the population, aging population, seasonal employment, housing crisis, and most importantly, commodification and commercialization of public spaces and common goods. That is always a threat around the corner. But also take always into consideration what are the policy deficits. In our case, it was a certain level of resistance to participatory governance, high level of politicization when it comes to decision-making structures. There was fluctuating levels of dialogue between the civil and public actors, and basically strong financial orientation towards the institutional cultural center and reduced allocations for independent culture. So heritage in this aspect was also used more passively in the forms of museum or for tourism purposes or institutional culture even today. So a bit more about the Lazaretti complex itself. So it was built in the 17th century, and it is protected by UNESCO as a part of the World Heritage list. Its main purpose was quarantine station. Later on in the history, it was a warehouse, it was a slaughterhouse, military quarters, etc. But what we can trace is that from the 70s, 80s onwards, it is a place for independent culture, youth, and arts. So, but the main genesis of Lazaretti as a space for arts and culture can actually be noted from 1989, when the art workshop Lazaretti, an NGO dealing in contemporary arts and culture, started transforming it into an independent cultural center. Fast forward to 2000s, Lazaretti were something that was imagined in people's minds as something abandoned, dilapidated, faraway place, because up until that point, small funds were actually invested in it for the upkeep, and unfortunately some of it was destroyed, damaged during the homeland war in Croatia at the beginning of 1990s. So in 2000, Art Workshop Lazaretti proposed the project Quarantine, where they envisioned Lazaretti as a cultural, social, educational, and artistic center. And based upon this project, the city of Dubrovnik signed with them a long-term lease contract for 25 years, so up until 2025, which then in return enabled them to Art Workshop Lazaretti to withdraw the money from the World Monument Fund in order to at least repair some parts of the Lazaretti contract. This complex. This contract is the first example of long-term contract made between the public administration and the NGO in Croatia, and it was a significant push to the organizational development of the Art Workshop Lazaretti and the plans to transform the whole complex into a social cultural center. However, as the money started rolling in, and as the tourism started to gain momentum in the early 2000s, there was a very strong emphasis on commodification and commercialization of public spaces, alongside of it also lazarity, due to the growing monoculture of tourism. And because of these pressures, in 2012, NGOs that are residing, that you can see here, Lero, Dash Art, Workshop Lazarity, Luja, etc., organized platform for lazarity as a collaboration and advocacy platform that wants to basically, that is responsible for governing 3 of 10 buildings in lazarity from this contract from 2000. And they are, and we are envisioning lazarity as a horizontal integrated social cultural center that is based on a civil-public partnership and open to the local community and their needs. And we are especially keen on basically supporting the area of deficient forms of contemporary culture, artistic and creative endeavors, because this is something that is really lacking in Dubrovnik. So we are basically dedicated to strengthening our advocacy position, building capacities of the organizations that are involved in the platform, but also basically furthering the collaboration with the city of Dubrovnik in order to continue to develop lazarity as a social cultural center. But we are also keenly working on supporting similar organizations and spaces, not only in Dubrovnik, but in Croatia as whole, through advocacy, collaboration activities, and through basically research, by which we are then influencing local and national cultural policy, which is really lacking on how to transform heritage from passive usage to active usage, meaning contemporary use. So we are basically insisting that culture and arts are really areas of social and policy changes through these goals. When it comes to the rest of the buildings, so I said like there is 7 more buildings. In these buildings are located Dubrovnik Heritage, which is a city company governing the lazarity, the whole of the lazarity since 2019, and they are responsible for programming the 5 buildings in the complex. They are using it mainly for commercial activities such as weddings, conferences, etc. So this is something that also feeds the lazarity complex and the funding that it requires. And there is also folklore ensemble Linjo. They are very dedicated to basically teaching young kids and youth about the traditional dances of Dubrovnik and Croatia. So this is something that is also very much welcome in lazarity. So basically, when we were talking about our governance model, there was a number of discussions to basically be had and resolved before. Firstly, a public-civil partnership is something that requires strong cooperation between the NGOs and the local administration. The idea of social cultural center really needs to have a strong connection to the local community and their needs. And the idea of when we were considering the ideal forms or the formal forms of civil-public partnerships, such as institution, etc., is we've concluded that these practices are really burdened by the top-down policies, that they were very bureaucratically overwhelming for everyone involved. So we decided to take our own path by just trying to figure out how we can manage governance through some soft tools that were available. So basically, social cultural centers are largely defined by their local contexts and communities. And this needs to be the main starting point when building a governance model. We've seen here that the governance of lazarity stems from the particularities of a socio-economic context of Dubrovnik as a destination. This civil-public partnership contract for 25 years. This notion that we are a rare example of social cultural center that is developing in a World Heritage site, and we are in a very lucrative position as well. And but basically also on the fact that the organizations in Platform for Lazarity are the NGOs that have been here for the last 30 or more years, and that they are very strong when it comes to their organizational capacities. So basically, what we decided to do is to make it as simple as possible during 2019 and 2020 through URBAC project active NGOs and an ESF project community place. We started working on the proposal, and we basically ended up in a very flexible coordination and collaboration model that is consisted of two working groups. First is a technical working group. The second one is program development group. And this partnership model is basically very flexible. It respects the autonomy of everyone involved, of each and every actor involved. And it's an example of governance modality that stemmed basically from the local context, from the local capacities, and the organic cooperation that was already happening between the actors. So we are not changing anything, we are not adding too much, we are just continuing our relationship as it was, and basically respecting the diversity of the actors involved, since we consider this a fundamental value of the social cultural center, but it also requires constant nurturing of the trust and collaboration between the actors. So basically, some lessons that we can also share is that long-term lease contracts are very, very important. They are not something that public authorities are very keen on, but they are the key that can stabilize basically the organizational development of an NGO or some other body, but also the development of a heritage site if you decide for it to be a social cultural center. It enables us to be a good basis for creating an advocacy network like Platform for Lazarity. And we are now capable of supporting other initiatives and NGOs via project, program collaboration, etc. It also enabled us to make regulations of Platform for Lazarity, which has two main goals. One is that we've defined relations between the NGOs. We decided which kind of programs we are going to host in our spaces when it comes to opening up spaces to other NGOs and citizens. And we can now contribute to development of local national knowledge about social cultural centers as it is. And basically this bottom-up governance model is very important because this approach brings to light the local context, capacities, and the needs of the local community. Those are modalities, not models, so they are very flexible, permeable. They can change whenever the actors are changing, appearing or disappearing from the space, and they follow organic growth, and they don't basically give some kind of resistance from the actors. So this is going to be complicated, it's too complicated, we can't work on that, etc. But also what we mustn't forget when we are talking about governance model is how to include the local community. We are very much keen on everything that begins with participatory. So we are... yes?
You have about a minute, so if you want to...
Yes, this is the slide before the last one. I'll make it short. So we are, you can see here, participatory design with citizens. We are working very closely with the City District Council. Here in this upper picture, you can see the parents who are discussing about the future of the school that is nearby. Inter-organizational talks where we talk with other NGOs about policies and problems that we are facing, and we are continuing to lend out the space for local artists, organizations, and citizens alongside our own programs. And for conclusion-wise, it's important to have civic spaces in heritage because it really gives out a very effective usage of these spaces. They are becoming inscribed in the contemporary biographies of the community and the citizens. They are becoming active spaces of active culture. In this way, we are protecting them from museification, touristification. They are available to the local community, and basically they are aligned with the needs of the local community. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Petra. Thank you so much. I would like to ask a round of applause for our guest for today. Thank you.
Let me just get back, sorry. Stop sharing. Yeah.
Okay, and I would ask kindly if in the meantime you can see the focus I would like, we've been talking about, and this is why we thank so much our guests today. We've had people from the city administrations and people from group of citizens working together in what's called governance models. So how do you organize yourself in participation? What are the funding models? What are the laws? And especially, what is the life that you want to bring and what is the change that you want to bring? So I'd like to ask you also, do you see something that is similar or maybe something that is very different to the work that you've been doing and what you've heard also this morning? And don't be shy because otherwise I will call you myself. So I would leave it first for a more spontaneous. Some considerations out of what has been shared. Do you find something that is very similar to what you've experienced or something that is very different to the context in India? And I see now everybody's sort of looking aside. So I would ask the lady with the New Balance t-shirt, is there anything you would like to share in comparison to what you've been maybe experiencing at university? Do you find something different here? What is your name? Oh, thank you. Hello. Hi, my name is Saga. Hi, my name is Saga. Yeah, in my opinion, obviously there's a lot of diversity from what we've developed in today. Much different from what happens in India in university. I think I think that is a lot of from what we experience. Okay. What are some of the things you have that are more different to what Martha, Emanuela, Catalina, and Tata have been talking about? Or would somebody like to add on to what Mr. Afansi was saying? From over there, for example. Now, I can see that the professors would like to say something, but that's not the point. So, so I can see that they're like, oh, I'd like to say something, but that's not your space. That was asked, maybe the young gentleman with the green t-shirt, would you like to, not the guy behind you, just you. Would you like to share something? Yeah? So that's an incentive towards participation and spontaneity. So this is why if you don't want to be called, maybe just decide yourself to put your hand up. Please, would you like? You can't say no, because that's not part of the rules of the game. I'm sorry. So, hello? What's your name?
Hello, I'm not ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, did you find something that was our host then said that she sees a lot of differences? Would you like to share one difference that you see to what you know now or experiences that you had?
I was actually during the presentation, I was more focused on how these urban reconstruction models were being established and being worked out. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And it's, in my experience, I think it's, because these are pretty complex things. There are a lot of things involved, funding models, and how people are being interacted in these events. So when it comes to diversity or being different, I think here on a university level, it is different, but I don't think it's at that complex scale as we just discussed.
Okay, but that's the difference between university and real projects. So no worries that you're not aware. I mean, as our friends and colleagues today have told us, they've been working on these projects for 10 years. You're in your third year of university, so no worries. This is actually something that has to motivate you towards getting to your 10th year. So thank you very much for sharing. In a closing word, would there be anybody else that would like to spontaneously share some words? This can be also from some of the professors that anybody likes. Yeah, please, madam. Hello, what is your name? I am Alice Berman. Thank you for the presentation, the speakers. Actually, I have a question for Emanuela. Is it possible? Yeah. Okay. Hi, Emanuela. Actually, I did my urban design, studied urban design in Italy, and had worked on the Ravenna master plan for a little bit during my post-graduation. Can you hear me?
No, I hear the voice, but it's really hard to understand what you're saying. So maybe I can ask to repeat or to write it in the chat because the audio is not good.
Is it better now?
A little bit. Or maybe Daniela can repeat the question after you made it.
No. Oh, it's so funny that you've been working in. Is this better? What? Is this better? Is this better, Emanuela?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, Emanuela, what I was saying is that I had studied in Italy when I did my urban design master's there, post-graduation, and had.
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
What is your question?
So I just wanted her to comment on the fact that the Ravenna master plan generated a lot of architectural and urban design competitions, and as in organization working with the grassroots. I mean, has there been a connection to these huge architecture projects and the grassroots community work, like in this year?
I'll try to simplify. Now I heard perfectly the question from that angle. So the question was about the master plans and the engagement and so on. Yes, actually, we have somehow we have reviewed the history of regeneration in Ravenna, where we have had, like in the 80s and in the 90s, one master plan, the typical top-down master plan designed by a very famous architect. This master plan did not generate any change in the district, but we have to say that it was very interesting also in the perspective of the storytelling of the district, because this famous architect in his work underlined some values and some potentialities, and it was an interesting work in that perspective, but it did not stimulate any change, and it did not stimulate any investment, because it's not enough to give good ideas, especially in the medium-sized cities, where the investors are not there waiting and ready to invest. You need to attract them also with either very innovative ideas, either with direct contacts and with a collaborative approach. After that, we also had another path, which was not, it was a regulatory plan designed by the municipality, and it was designed also thanks to a participatory path where the citizens were asked what kind of darsena, what kind of docks would you like? So they were called to give ideas on how to design the district. And the conclusions of the participation path, which was based on meetings, walks in the district, workshops, a kind of a living lab, were incorporated in the municipality specific urban plan for that district. This was very interesting, and the urban plan was it also got prizes, and it was very well received, but it did not generate any specific investment. Only what we tried to do with this new participation path was not to ask the citizens and the stakeholders how would you like the district to be, but what can you do for the district? What's your project? What's the idea? And how would you engage in implementing the idea? Then we started from this idea, we started to work together and to organize meetings with possible investors and to organize meetings with landowners. So it was more an on the field work to stimulate projects and investments.
Please forgive me, Manuela, because it was way too amusing the fact that one of the participants had done her masters in Ravenna, I think the world small, and that was lovely. I think the question is super relevant but quite common for the time because we have kept our guests for more than half an hour than what the agreed time was. So we really thank you very, very much for your insights, your motivation, and the experience that you have shared with us today about how to involve citizens in regenerating heritage with different stories, with different models, and we will continue discussing. I would just like to close saying how, technology helps. Obviously, it's always difficult to really pass across such different content, across oceans. So I really thank you very, very much for the effort that you did in really trying to explain the stories and the context that you were sharing. We hope that this will be an opportunity for the four of you to be working together because we actually all met you in different contexts. So I hope that we will be working together, the four of you, but especially I hope that this will be an opportunity for collaborating even more between Europe, get us out of our bubble because we sometimes get completely lost in it and we really need you to sort of, give us such new perspectives. You have such a completely different context yet so vibrant. We can learn so much also what we've heard this morning and also the discussions that we've had with the colleagues from the restoration toolbox are extremely valuable for us. So we really, really hope we can find more and more occasions. Also, then meet all in person because I must say, many here are lovely, but I must say that I hope no offense to anybody. I must say I have met amazing women in all the concerts. So I really think we should have a get together. So this said, just a joke. It's obviously appreciated by everybody in the effort. And as a closing, I would like to give a very big thank you not only to our guests, but to all the organisers of the conference and the work that you've been doing, because we know how much work has been to put all of this together. So thank you so much. And to all of you. And now I would to our lovely guests. Jonathan, you won't be able to join us for a lovely evening tea break. So we will enjoy it for you instead. Thank you so much and speak to you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We will now proceed for tea. We will have a very short 15-minute break because we need to move on to our next workshop, which we should start exactly at 5 o'clock. It's a gaming workshop with Daniela. I think it'll be very interesting. So please come back in exactly 15 minutes. Thank you.
Well,
I think it's difficult to be online.
Yeah, you know what I'm noticing? No, 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 sorry. all go outside of the but one of these around one minute. I would like to ask what has the help of that?
Needs to fit in the first few rows. For the next half an hour, we have this little gaming workshop. So we'll till 5:45. We have time till 5:45, and yes, so I hand over to you, Daniela. Now you can take forward the game. Thank you.
So you want to start? Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much. Have you each of the group received a little quiz? No?
I think they're handing them out.
Five. यार और टाइम लगा दो
Is there any group that hasn't received the card? Please put your hands up so we try to get you some. Groups of minimum 5, even for that, select up even somebody who's not your best friend, but because otherwise we might be a bit short on cards. So please, how many groups are missing? Please put your hands up, sorry, otherwise it's hard to tell. 1, 2, 3, 4. In this side, everybody got the card. Yeah? Can I have a red card? Can I have a red card from you? Give me one. Thank you. Give me one. Thank you. Yes. Another red card, please. Somebody there? One for you. Well, I think we try to get to the start. And are we all good? Thank you. I'm sorry. So can I find out? For those of you who have 3 red cards, can you give me one? I like this teamwork. We'll get there. Now we'll get also to the content now. Very kind. So can I ask for collaboration? Thank you very much. We kindly give it to the girl with the slice and top. You've been asking for the cards for a while. Thank you. Okay. So here we are. So now let's imagine. Take the time now to imagine that we are going to work on a participatory process of the regeneration of a neighborhood of a fictional city. I don't know well enough New Delhi, I'm afraid, to be able to guide you through this. So you're going to have to help me in this. So let's imagine an imaginary city, and we will be working on the rehabilitation of a former industrial building, a bit like the ones we saw today, that will be regenerated. And the discussion is, it should serve a community purpose. It should be something useful for people living in the neighborhood. And you are the inhabitants of the neighborhood who have been invited to take part to the participatory process. Now, in groups of 5, you have some cards. you have an orange card that is telling the story of a character. So, I'm Helen. I'm 44 and I'm a gym teacher. Nothing could have been farther away from me than this. I'm 44, I'm a gym teacher and I work in the local school. And I actually would really like the fact that the community centre were to be something that is, engaging youth and also in activities because it's healthy and it also supports community building. And can I ask one of the group, for example, I'm not always, I forgot your name with the Nirvana t-shirt, the girl with the pink top next to it. Can you tell me who are you? Can you read out the yellow card as if it were yourself? We can't get here if we can hear one another. Okay, I apologize. I was hoping we could hear this. Wrap something up and we'll open you the microphone. Hi, I'm Judith. She works for the Council for Youth in Sweden. She previously worked in It's me. You are Judith. I have previously worked in social services in Africa. I am German and have been living in the country since then. So, very nice to meet you, Judith. So, your group, you are all Judith, okay? And you have to start thinking about you as a community organizer. What did you actually do in the rehabilitation of this neighborhood? Can I ask some other character who would like to read out? Please, who are you?
I am Chris. I am
We need to stand up, sorry, and thank you so much. Patrice.
I am Chris. I am a 52-year-old woman. I manage a family-run construction company that built many buildings in the neighborhood in the 90s. Today, I am interested in developing new business opportunities in the area and is open to reasonable experiments.
Aha, so you're a real estate developer. You've got the cash to invest in the neighborhood. Aha. So could be a good ally, could be a bit delicate to see how we get on board Patrice. So thank you very much, Patrice, for sharing. Who else do we have in the group sitting around our participatory table? Please. Stand up, please. Remember, you're not just telling me, you're telling everybody, yeah?
Yeah, so it was 56 year by August.
You're August, yeah? So nice to meet you, August.
So I'm a urban planning professor at university. My students are doing projects on the improvement of public space of the neighborhood. I've taught in English for 10 years and I was very involved in participatory planning.
Okay, so you're one of the professors, like the one sitting in the back line. Oh, okay. Well, we believe it's important to have you on board, so we're very happy to have you. Thank you. Who else is sitting around the participatory table, please?
I am Fazil Al-Qaidi. I'm a member of the local energy cooperative and engineering school. I am preparing my bachelor thesis on recycling construction materials, and I would like to use this neighborhood as a case study. I have a double national, both local. I'm a double national, both local and Colombian.
Jose, very nice to meet you. Do you all know what an energy cooperative is? Are you all familiar? Okay, so maybe we can ask Jose to explain this better later. Okay, what else do we have around the table? And so we have an urban planning professor. We have a real estate developer. We have NGO representatives. What else do we have? Is there a microphone? Yeah, thank you. Please stand up.
I'm there, obviously, me and my wife, we run a cleaner shop in the local store and we live here. I'm Romanian. I've been living in the country since 10 years and I have 5 years.
Okay, so you're a local goalkeeper, Andreas. Well, you're fundamental. You're fundamental because you keep the local economy running. And so thank you for being, and also thank you for taking time off your business for joining the participatory process. Because don't forget, Andreas taking off time from work to be able to be sitting around and thinking about the neighborhood work. Thank you, Andreas. Lovely. Who else do we have around the table with us? Anybody else?
Hi, I'm Margaret. I'm 35 years old. I'm the district president, active in politics in university where I studied law. I'm not living in the neighborhood, but has been recently involved also because of the political campaign for next year's local election. And here's the politician who's in the neighborhood for the vote. We've seen that already. Okay, so what are you going to do? Are you going to promise something you're not going to actually do in the end? Is that what you're here for? No. Okay, well, you have everybody in the room checking votes, otherwise you're not going to get voted. Okay. So is anybody else sitting around the participatory process? Please, please.
Okay, I'm Bruno, I'm 61 years old. I'm a housing association member. I'm a retired policeman who regularly plays snooker in the neighborhood center. I moved into the neighborhood when I got married and I have an unemployed 25-year-old son.
Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. You actually look much younger than 65. Very good. But that's really good to have Bruno with us right now because it's important to have Bruno with us because Bruno is somebody in the neighborhood who's been living there all the time. He really knows the neighborhood. But there is an issue. He also has a very clear personal problem. His son is unemployed. So his mission is not only to help the community, but to help his son. This is something very important to know also what the personal driver for people to join in participatory processes is. So can we now, who else is sitting around the table, please?
I'm Rudolph, I'm 58 years old. I founded a social corporate restaurant which is on the main square where I work with people with mental and physical disabilities. I'm passionate about Asian cuisine and like food dinner for friends.
Oh, we can't wait to come for dinner at your place then. Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, Rudolph. Is it? Thank you, Rudolph. So, Rudolph, you work with people also with mental and physical disability by creating job opportunities for them. Okay, so who knows? Maybe with Bruno's unemployed son, there could be also a possibility of creating job opportunities. Okay, so I can see maybe some possible connection. Is there anybody else in the room? Please.
I'm Robert, I'm 52 years old. I'm responsible in the district for street maintenance. And I have been working in the public administration for 25 years. I'm passionate about football and cooking.
Okay. So this is how now you see when you're working in a participatory process, there you are sitting around the table, you have such diverse people. You have from the university professor who might know law. You might have the local politician who's there just to get the votes and doesn't have a clue about what is really going on. Let's see, I'm curious. But then you also have, people that are taking off time off work to join the participatory process because they really want to have some change. You have somebody that has a lot of personal problems, maybe because they have an unemployed son, and they would really like to make sure that they improve the life of their family. And you might have people that are also, people that try and help other people, maybe like Rudolph up there, that has a local business to help people that are maybe with disabilities or maybe with, maybe very poor. And the reason why I'm saying this is that now you all have at least two red cards. Some of you have three. Anyway, there was a bit of a variety process there. Now, oh, sorry, was there somebody missing? Oh, I'm sorry. And we have yet another person around the participatory table. Please.
Hi, I'm Carol, 26. I'm Vice President of Local Association working on the entrepreneurship of second generation learners. I work in the neighborhood, but live on the other side of the city. Carol is I am currently playing for national, and I have been living in the country since I was 8
Hello, thank you very, very much for taking your time for being with us and for representing the second generation migrants that are in the city because it's a very big number. So thank you very much. Is there anybody else missing around the participatory? Sorry about that. There you go. The typical thing, participatory process. You invite people and then you forget to give them the word. So that's another learning tip. If you have participatory process, remember to get everybody around the table to speak. Sorry.
Hey, hi, I'm Rose. I'm 59. I'm head of the urban planning department of the city, where I've been working since 20 years. I know the neighborhood because I coordinated the regeneration project 8 years.
Okay, that was one of the really important people to get to speak. We should have got her to speak first. Oh dear, that was because she's the head of the planning department, so she's actually the one that is taking decisions most often. I don't know how it works in Delhi, but in many places, the city representatives get actually more decisions done than the politicians. So they're always a very important stakeholder to be having around the table and to make sure that they're happy and involved. Is there anybody else missing? I'm sorry.
I'm Daniel. I'm 15 years old. I moved with my parents to the neighborhood 2 years ago. I'm a high school student and would like to become a journalist. I play football with my friends in the local football pitch and is volunteering in the local energy cooperative.
So you're in the energy cooperative. We're looking for that down there? Okay, so you have to tell us more about the energy cooperative. And there you go. Usual thing in participatory processes. The young ones, 16-year-olds, you never get to speak, do you? So always the older ones getting the word. So good for you that you took the space for speaking. Thank you very much for being with us. So at this point, I think we are really all around the table. Now, at this point, we're going to have to do a very key process between us. So we see how diverse the participatory process is. And now we're going to do... Oh, okay, Steve, sorry.
I am Clara. I'm 39 years old. I am a biology research at the National Research Center, where I am researching on the quality of food produced in urban gardens. This neighborhood is one of my case studies. I have been living in this city since 4 years.
Oh, well, thank you. It's very good to have people from the National Research Center and they specialize on food. That's going to be very interesting also to see how your competencies can fit into the project. Now, can I ask if anybody's missing, put your hand up so that we know? Okay. Now, we're at the next step. Okay, we're all sitting around the table and participatory processes take forever. But we don't have this time now because we have, I think, approximately 10 minutes, maybe 15. So, I'm going to ask you to be super effective. And you have two, some of you maybe three, red cards. Red cards are actions. Take a couple of minutes to read them, all in your group. Please read the red card. And considering who you are, what action would you like to put on the table? And I would ask you to discuss in your team, you have a couple of minutes, how would you can choose one of the red cards, okay? And you can choose, can I just ask as an example for somebody to show me the red card you have, just as an example, so that I can use it to explain. Thank you very much. So, a community museum. What is a community museum? You have the definition underneath, and I would ask you all should have post-it and a pen. Please write briefly how you think this action could fit in to the regeneration of the building in the neighborhood. Okay? And then, once you've done it, I would ask you to put it here on the central table, and we will put all the ideas. Okay? Please take a few minutes to read it all and write your idea on the post-it. Okay, I'm sorry if the instructions were not clear. So, let's do it by steps. In group, did you read the red card? Okay, pick one. Pick one that you think is the most appropriate for your character. Do you have it? Do you have your red card? Have you chosen it? Do I take this silence as a yes or as a no? Yes, yes, you have it? Okay. Okay. Can I just be asking each group, just read out the title, not the instruction, just the title. Which card did you choose? The title of the action? Focus group. Community cafe. I think they're still choosing. I think they're agitated. A citizens assembly. A crowdfunding campaign. Any other cards? Yeah?
Participatory budgeting.
Participatory budgeting. Training and workshops. Okay. Some other, what cards did you pick? Retrofit toolkit. That sounds very, very connected to the restoration toolkit. Okay. Seminars and conferences. Okay. A community brunch. Ah, okay. It's Rudolph cooking. Maybe.
Doesn't go a character who
Okay. 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 So we can organize the brunch. Maybe we can get on board the chef as well. Okay, that sounds nice. What other actions do we have? Would you like to share? Participatory design. Okay. Anything else you would like to share of actions up there? A community cinema. Ah, is it like a pop-up? Maybe. Okay, you'll decide it. So now this is what you have to do now. You have a card and you are the character. So I was, for example, the gym teacher Helen. And let's imagine that I got as an activity a community brunch. Now, how would Helen organize a community brunch? And can she try to get on board somebody else that was in the room? Did you all listen to who else was in the room? That's another important thing. Don't forget to listen who else is in the room and how could you collaborate. So please write on the post-it, very short, what is the idea? So is it that you have a community cinema? Is it a pop-up? Would you do it in the open square, or what is it that you're in? Or is it a fixed cinema? Tell us how you think that would be. And is there anybody in the room that you could do it with? For instance, could maybe the young journalist be somebody, or maybe the local NGOs, or maybe you need the local politician to give you a permission. Try thinking, who would you get on board? Okay? I would say about, let's try 3 minutes to write this. I'm sorry, participatory processes usually need a lot of time. We don't have it. We're just going to have to be super quick. Okay? Thank you. Please, you'll have a pen, right? Are you okay with the... So you have another couple of minutes to finish the writing. Okay? And then one person per group should bring the post-it here on the stage. Okay? Don't be shy. When you're done, come back leave me on my own on the stage. I'm sorry for our colleague cameraman. Okay, I keep walking from one side to the other. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. One person you choose who from here. One person from the group. Yeah. So come on stage with me. So I see a bit of gender imbalance here. So I hope a few more ladies will also join us on the text. You're right. You're right. Okay. Touche. Okay. You're right. Okay. I got confused there. Apologies. So please write up very synthetically and one person per group. You know that I will call you to come on stage if you don't please yourself. So be quick. Otherwise, I'm saying, for example, you come. And looking at the ceiling is not going to help you. One of you three wants to come here. So you choose who? Come. So please on stage, one person per group. I think we're missing still a couple. Don't be shy. Okay? Can I go ask them and talk? And then you say what is right. It's very important. Okay, thank you very much. So, welcome to our Citizens Assembly of the neighborhood. A very round of applause for our participants. Thank you. So, I would ask for another microphone, please. And in the meantime, I will share one. So, who is it around the table? Who are you?
I'm a real estate developer, but I'm also interested in developing new business opportunities in the area. So my idea or intervention would be to hold training and workshops that provides people with income alternatives, business ideas, keep the economy within the community, capital is out. So grow locally, buy locally. We know someone there who was into growing agriculture. So we would use his help, we would collaborate with them. We have energy consultant. We want to become sustainable not only in food but also energy. So we will use him.
We'll collaborate with him. Whatever you do, you're gonna collaborate.
We're going to collaborate with the energy consultant.
Okay.
And every member of the community should play some role. That's how sustainable cities grow and exist sustainably.
For training the whole production will be some of the PowerPoint that she'll be arranging. So it's like every person of the community is helping to build up this profession for the. So I collab with two of the groups. First, like district president who helped me in the crowdfunding, and then I'll be providing for them. I'm Carol, the vice president of like second generation group. So I'll be collecting crowdfunding from district president in the collaboration with the district president, and then we'll be providing the program.
Thank you very much. So, and who else would like to add that, please?
Oh, fine, everyone. I'm Jose. I am an engineering student and also a member of the local energy cooperative. So I would be proposing a series of capacity building workshops, training and involving the 16-year-old Wiskin, who's also a volunteer at a local energy cooperative, and also I am involving the professor and the head of the urban planning department to get this going.
Okay, thank you. What else do we have around the table? Please.
I'm Rose. I'm the head of the urban planning department of the city. I've been working since the 20s. I know the neighborhood code. I coordinated the organization project about 8 years ago. So I'm really working with citizen assemblies to collaborate with everybody and survey and get random input about the functionality of the space. We seek to collaborate with the urban planning headmaster and his various organizations for education.
Okay, very enthusiastic.
I forgot to add what the capacity building workshop was about. It was about my thesis is on recycling construction materials. So the workshops will be centered around that. That's all I wanted to add.
And I believe that actually we're having tomorrow one of the workshops we're organizing is taking place in this conference tomorrow morning, I believe. No? So now who else is listening? Self-organized. Go on. We're a local community. Don't be shy.
Hi, I'm the 43. I run the Meeting Lawn and Shop. Basically, what I propose is a municipal campaign, and we would probably make work on social media, so maybe Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and then after that we would form signature forums online, and we would share it with our community, and whoever's vocal for change, they can sign it up. Yes.
Thank you. But that's actually really good because in the local shops, especially Colombia, we have so many people coming in and out. So for collecting signatures, that's really good. So thank you. Thank you for candidating, for taking care of this and proposing it. What else do we have?
Hello, I'm Bruno. I'm a housing association member. I'm a retired policeman, so I know around the city and people around the city know me. And I played snooker regularly in the neighborhood center, and I moved to this neighborhood a long back. So, and I would like to host a community brunch because I think as someone who knows a lot of people, I have a bigger audience and I can call a lot of people. And I have a 25-year-old son. It would be a good exposure for him to meet new people where he can try his luck. Job opportunity.
I'm Audrey. I'm a 50-year-old urban planning professor. So I would like to initiate urban walk. So, and we can take help from the politicians for whichever abandoned building or cases that we want to take the urban walks in, and then we can collaborate with Bono
and his 25-year-old unemployed son can get again job opportunity and volunteer for the other work. We have also and on red. So yeah. Thank you. And it's lovely to see how the subject is connecting up with individual proposals. It means to we are markers. So we are basically the politicians of the state, and we propose to conduct town hall meetings where people can come submit their proposals for the intervention, and maybe we can provide them based on the proposals. We can provide funding through the crowdfunding route, and also ensure that the funds which we get are being used in a proper, appropriate manner. Basically, at a regular interval, holding these meetings will also ensure that if something did not work in the past, we can bring it up and make necessary changes to it as well. Thank you, Marcus. Okay, you might deserve your vote. You know. I'm Robert, and I'm responsible in the district for state maintenance. And I've been working in the public administration since 25 years. And I'm passionate about football and cooking. So I was planning we could make a community cinema and use the politicians to yes. And yes. And I think we would help this campaign to himself. And also the housing association guy could help us get his people and yes. And your son to volunteer with us. Thank you very much. So we look forward to this market. We still have another idea. Yeah, please.
I'm Daniel. I'm 16 and I'm hopefully journalist in the making. I'd like to add a concept of thematic base to my neighborhood that I moved into just 2 years ago. So I'd like to collaborate with the local district president to declare a holiday on said day, so everyone can come together and celebrate. And I myself am a budding journalist, so I'd like to try my best to publicize this event so everyone can come together and participate.
Thank you very much. So
also, I understand that the unemployed 25-year-old son has got a lot of job offers today, but his help is most welcome.
Wow, very good. So I think everybody has had a chance to present. We have a new card and everybody. So I would like to give a big round of applause to our and to our fantastic participatory representatives here on stage. I believe we have 10 minutes left before we have the lecture. So thank you very, very much. It was a real pleasure. The keynote address will begin sharp at 6 o'clock. We have 10 minutes for a short break and please come back.
Can I borrow that game? I want to jump into an actual community in my camp. Good. We need to do some projects in the school there. This is the way to do it. All right. But what? You guys have to work on a project today.
Yeah,
We will now begin with a keynote address. Can I please have your attention? Our speaker is already here. Okay. So we now have Ms. Leslot Stanfield, Team Director and Head of Research and Development at Gale Architects. Can I please request the speaker and we can begin the. Can I please have a round of applause for the speaker?
So, hi everyone. I cannot see or hear you, so I'm assuming you can see and hear me. Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, super.
Before Ms. Leslot starts, I'll just read her introduction. She's the Director of Research and Development at Gale. She drives the development of new methods and innovative concepts that incorporate citizen centricity and new models of collaborations to guide future urban development. She always had an interest in strengthening the intersection between the built environment and digital opportunities, and have established a interdisciplinary studio focusing on this as a part of the Alexandra Institute. We can hear you perfectly. You can begin now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be a part of your conference here today and to share some of our work from Gale. Yeah, as said, I'm working with our research and development department. I'm also head of our cities department. So much of the cities in the world. And I'm going to share some of that today, and hopefully that can lead to some interesting discussion or questions in the end. I'm going to start sharing screen now, and I'm hoping you're seeing my screen. The title of my talk is Making the Invisible Visible, and it's very much focusing on how we can use digital tools or methods to design people-friendly urban spaces. Oops. So we are Gale, we study human behavior, and we try to use this study to actually shape the conditions for how people use public space. We're both like urban planners, we're architects, we're data scientists. Today we're actually almost more people not being architects than architects, which is quite new for the company. But it's also saying about how the complexity of cities is changing. So we sit 3 places in the world. We sit in Copenhagen, New York, and San Francisco. And we have been working with each of those cities very much and have a very much like culture and tradition from those cities, especially from Copenhagen. So some of you might know our heritage coming from over 50 years of research. Jan Gale pioneered this human-centered city making, which was very big, like over 50 years ago, going from a more, you could say, top-down, bigger scale urban planning to focusing on the eye level and the human-centered approach. For us, the city of Copenhagen has been our urban laboratory and has been very interesting for us to work with. And especially when coming to the cultural heritage, it's very important to understand that Copenhagen is a very, very old city. It goes many hundreds years back, and it's very relevant to think about how we can embrace this heritage, also looking on the life between the buildings and how we interact and approach these buildings. We have written a lot of books. Jan wrote his first book over 50 years ago. It has been translated into very many different versions that can be found all over the world. At the company, we have been working over 20 years. I think we were established 22, soon 23 years ago. And we have gathered data from over 300 cities in the world. And we keep on going back to the same city and collect data because it does change. And that cities are not static, they change. So we are a very global company with these 350 cities, but we act very local. So when we do projects, we do go in to the premise of understanding cultural identity, the heritage, and understanding the context we work in and able to actually make a difference. Our approach has always been to start with life, to look at, as I said, the cultural identity, traditions, and then based on that, design a space that embrace this, and then in the end, looking at the buildings that are interacting with this. We do think that the physical environment affects people's behavior, and this is also where cultural heritage is very important. We do believe that physical elements is a big part of what shapes us. And young Gail once said, we now know that first we form the cities, but then the cities form us. So as urban planners, we have a huge responsibility to make sure that we're actually creating interventions and invitations that actually is encouraging a healthy living, that is encouraged that we take care of the environment we're in, both sustainable wise, but also preserving the heritage identity of the cities. So people doesn't change just because we tell them to. Just because we have this big focus on creating sustainable cities, people will not just change. So it is the invitations that actually make people act different. This is actually a project that I usually share when I do presentation. This is a good example on invitations that is kind of having, it's inviting for someone to do something healthy and go and train. But when we were observing this specific place in the States, people came with their car, they parked the car, and they took the escalator up to go and train, and then back on the escalator and into the car. And of course, looking at an urban perspective on this, you could maybe choose to do it different and use public space to actually also be healthy and move in. So going into some more examples, like how can we design people-friendly urban spaces by using digital tools and working with data? And how can we make sure to do this on the premises to embrace the heritage in the cities? Our tools is, we have a big toolkit, and we work very much with different aspects on data, both being lived experiences, understanding people's belonging or relationship to the built environment. We look at big data sets. We look at data we can get from other companies and from public transportation companies. We do surveys, we do questionnaires, and we also look very much observational. This is where young Gail also started his research, like how do people actually move through the space? So this is, and then spatial, of course. So this is tools that you will see me refer to during the presentation. So going back to what we come from with the values, is also like understanding the experience of space. And this is very important when it comes to cultural heritage. For us, it's very, very important to talk about how there's actually 12 quality criteria, where aesthetics is only one out of these. So there's also like a big importance to understand how a place is comfortable, like how you see, how you hear, and how you're protected to, like both when coming to security, but also to wind and weather. And all of these are elements or criteria that is very important when we design either an existing city that is an older existing city, and like embracing and preserving these cities, but also when doing something new. And I think this is a very important matter when coming to not only talking about renovating places, but also embracing the spatial qualities that are in there, that space. It's also important to understand culture. We live in Copenhagen. This is how it looks kind of most of the days, to be honest, in 8 months' time. It's important to design for that and embrace it. And one example is to actually use Copenhagen as a starting point for this, because the question is, can you change a culture? This is an old city. Can you actually work with this? And can you plan for something else that invites for another tradition or a new behavior? This is back in 1962. This was the first street that was closed off from traffic. It was Strøget, which is the pedestrian walk where all the commercial activities are. This was closed in 1962, and there was a lot of rage around this because people were afraid that when taking away the parking, you would also lose the opportunity for people to come and shop. But this didn't stop Copenhagen from continuing this. There was a big success. There were evaluations made, among others by Jan Gehl, that actually showed that it had a big effect. So this has grown, and we are here now where Copenhagen is kind of known for being a livable city, and we have managed to over all of this year make also the harbor front very attractive and to invite for people to stay down there. So going from this kind of Copenhagen harbor industrial waterfront, where we worked on a change of mindset while imagining what a place can be, to where we are today, where we are trying to enable a new culture and a way of life in Copenhagen. So yes, you can change culture, but it takes a strategy and it takes understanding on what kind of culture you want to change how. So these are also some pictures from Copenhagen. If I was there physical in the room, I would ask how many that has been to Copenhagen, but it might be a bit difficult, so it might come after in the discussion. But there has been a lot of changes to how Copenhagen looks and how it's used. You can see from the very car dominated city to a more people-oriented city. Another thing that is very important also is like how we can understand everyday life. I think this is super important when coming to both the heritage of a city, the identity of a city, but also to design for local people that want to come back and want to use the space. I mean, landmarks is very important, and it's a way to understand what city you're in. But many of us, when traveling, are actually wanting to be more like a local. We're trying to approach city like a local, and we want to also explore it like we were a local. So often you ask about advices to go to the different parts to see the old street with those very specific shops or small narrow streets that is very special for that city. We have done quite much study on this, and we have actually tried to compare the big landmarks in Denmark where people come. This is, for example, one of the new ones that is called Blue Planet. It's a big aquarium, and there's about 1 million, a bit over 1 million visitors per year. At the same time, we went to a community center that is very local, very in a very, very small city. You can see 11,400, and we could see that there's just as many visitors at this place. We also looked at Louisiana, where we have almost 600,000 visitors per year. It's Denmark's biggest art museum, very renowned. And at the same time, we looked again at like a grocery in Haslev, the same city I just mentioned, and there is about the same. This, of course, makes us very aware of that we need to design more for more adventurous experiences in the sites where people actually go every day. And that is a part of their everyday life, and that makes us want to stay and engage. So to some of our more examples, I have 5 different projects with today. They're all looking very much on the neighborhood scales. And that's because we do believe that we can have a bigger impact by looking at neighborhood scale. And whatever we do in the scale can both influence policy on a larger scale and can also affect us as individuals and the way we act. Starting off with New York, this is a redesign of public space and streetscape that can support the interaction between people and iconic landmarks and cultural destination. So this is Times Square, most central in New York. It's known for its very iconic screens and buildings. And we were brought on to this project by Department of Transportation in New York, who wanted to understand how we could optimize the traffic flow in this area. When we studied it, we saw that the physical space was designed so that was 90% of the space was for cars and 10% for the users. At the same time, we could see that 90% of the users were actually walking, while 10% was actually the cars. So this was a complexity, and we soon realized that there were actually no square at Times Square to explore or experience this iconic landmarks. So what we worked with here is that so on the left is the before picture, and then on the right is the after. So what we were allowed to do was to actually reroute the traffic and actually explore how it would be if you design this place for people to stay and to meet and to enjoy the surroundings. And this we have been evaluating for a long time, and especially during 4 years, we looked into commercial vacancies, we looked into revenue from businesses, we looked into how people felt about the place, and could see that there were a lot of increase in sale, and it was also fewer commercial vacancies, for example, because it became more attractive. And in general, this is a quite big overall finding we see across the world, is that if you design for a slower traffic, you will very fast create a more attractive environment. And when we measure impact, we can also see that there was a decrease in pedestrian injuries in Times Square. There were also a big increase in stationary activity, so people actually staying there. And then one thing that was really good with the more qualitative study is that the New Yorkers actually said Times Square had improved dramatically, and that they used the space much more than before. This data has been used to then refine and test new solutions all over the city, because how can we actually create better situation where you can explore and embrace the heritage in Manhattan, which is a beautiful part of New York. So all of this has been turned into now 70 plazas, where we have used the findings from this first Times Square. And during the past 7 years, there has been 70 plazas that has been kind of turned into new public spaces where you can stay and you can see, and where there has been lack of open space to actually experience and see New York. And there has also become this Plaza program where there's a fund where it actually supports local stakeholders to be a part of this and to help share the good experience they want to share. Moving on to Melbourne, this is a project where we have been working. So we have been working in Melbourne for, well, many years. All the time, Gail has been a company. We've been working there, but also before that, Jan Gail was working there. This is a project that looks into how we celebrate cultural diversity and vibrant art scenes. And this is how you can do it in the central business district, so in the center of the city. So while building a new metro tunnel, it will change the way we can move through Melbourne, or the way they move through Melbourne. And one thing that was very important for the city of Melbourne was to acknowledge the respect of the many First Nation communities that has been there for over 60,000 years. So how can you actually kind of work with this and integrate it in the building process to acknowledge it, and also to make it more clear that this is a site of a lot of tradition and cultures. They created this creative program location, and we were asked to do that placemaking strategy and an evaluation framework for how this could be successful, and how it can both be a success looking short term, but also how this can be translated into a long-term strategy. So this is the metro station, and the implementations that have been done when we're doing this evaluation is at the station areas, so the ones that will become a station at a time. So how can you actually look into the spatial and local qualities to be able to embrace how the culture can be communicated here? The way that we worked here, looking back to our Gale lens, was that we were looking into the spatial qualities. We were doing a lot of questionnaires. We were doing public space, public life surveys. So we had a lot of people out serving the different station areas. On this picture, you can see a lot of people being volunteers. We often have that when we work over the world, volunteers and network of students that help us and support us with our public life surveys. Good to know for all guys if there's someone that would like to help in one of our surveys one time in the future. And when we had all the numbers coming out, we could see how the different stations were already used. So how many people that was moving through and how many people that stayed. And this could then reflect back to how attractive the different creative initiative were or placemaking. When we look beyond the numbers, this is really important because just because we can see how many people that move through doesn't mean that it's actually saying anything about the quality of the experience or the lived experience. It's more a way to show patterns and to have to show the capacity and having something that we can actually then measure too, so we can see how it's evolving. Some of the things that came out of these more questionnaires is that, among others, one saying this is a vital way to bring art to people who may not experience it otherwise. And this is a very important thing for us to share, that it was also a lot of the art that usually were more seen at National Museum, more historic and more cultural exhibitions were now brought out to the construction site, so people could actually explore it on the way to and from school and after work. Another thing so that was the residents. And then for artists, this project has greatly benefited our artists, not just by raising their profile and promoting their work, but the association with the infrastructure project that is moving Melbourne forward. So this also created numbers of new opportunities for creatives and for artists to be seen and to come out and to try out their art in new ways. And then from the city perspective, there was this it brings heart back to the city, reinstates what community means and why and how we love cities. So this is going very much to understanding cultural identity and how it can be embraced. So some of the thing here was looking at the temporary installations and constructions that could actually reroute people in this unique environments for Melbournians. And we could see how they could do even better with some even more recommendations. They could have more clear invited signage. So having the cultural identity was already there. It was very positive, but how we could embrace this even more from an urban perspective was, among others, to create more inviting signage. It was also to have more intuitive paths. So how can we actually have an access points that is very, very clear to find? And then that functionality in itself can be good, and it should be there, but functionality should also be fun. So the fun factor is not to look away from, especially if you want to reach out to all groups, also children, and make it more accessible for them. We also have the access, just having more room to move, having more room to experience things, and also to move around in general. Traffic calming, as you saw in New York, is something that is very important when coming to allowing a more calm staying activity. It's important to not have too fast cars running around. and then thoughtful sitting, actually to have it to be able to allow people to sit and explore areas. Then there's something with the local character. So there's something with embracing the element, the physical element, that is really important, and the spatial quality. But there's also something with inviting for informality, where people can actually sit and they can be more informal to each other in the interaction. It should also support nearby businesses, so it's actually making it more a part of the future, and also how to maintain it. So this is a very important part with the station design and connectivity in these phases where there's construction and we're doing this temporary activation, to use this time to connect local stakeholders, to have them being a part of it. And then there's the think small. It's a very, very good way to actually be able to test off things and to prototype things. And then I think when going from the temporary to permanent, this is something we often work with, because one thing is what you do on the temporary term. Another thing is that how do you actually make this a part of the permanent solution, and the permanent solution that will hopefully last for a long time. And I think this is where the learning comes in our evaluation framework, which can be found online, by the way. But how can you actually upgrade what works, do evaluation, find out what works, and implement it in the permanent solution? And how can you actually embrace the informality? How can we actually embrace flexibility and create space with this? Historical, there been more like these big plazas that was made for people meeting, community meeting. Moving ahead, I think there's going to be other kinds of communities coming together and other shapes in how you do it. And I think that's very interesting to look into, what that means moving ahead, and how that meets a more traditional way to be a community. I'm going to continue to Shanghai. We're kind of doing a little global go around here. We're traveling around the world. Shanghai is a city we've been working with for about, well, soon 10 years time. Back in 2014, we did a vision. We created a vision together with some partners in Shanghai, where we worked with towards a people-oriented waterfront. This was a bigger project where we worked, we of course created a lot of different material, and we were actually working a bit more on streetscape level. So it was not only the strategy, but also concrete solution to how you could work with this. But given time limits today, it's a bit hard to go too deep down to the project. So I'm going to share some like overall things. The 4 basic strategies we shared was the importance of working with one continuous river. Like, so how can you actually make this something where you can look very far, and where there's actually connection across the whole river that supports the river. There's also the connection to the city. So when we started this river was actually quite detached from the rest of the city, from transportation to shopping centers to residential areas. So it was actually very disconnected. We also looked at the strategy like on how to create diverse spaces to actually be able to be inclusive of many different people. So how can you both offer something that is more informal at the same time as playful, at the same time as commercial, and how can you actually locate these different activities next to each other to be able to create a diversity. The last one is active edges. I think this is a very important part in most cities. Like, how can you actually work with edges in order to create better wayfinding, for example, or to create small little landmarks that makes people find around. So it's also navigation. And how can this also be used for making people meet and interact? We did a vision collage where we say we should absolutely work with this that we shared with them. And this was done back in 2014. You can see here on the left side, that was when we started with the vision. And what is quite fantastic in Shanghai is how fast it's gone, because what they have done now is to implement many of the visions and many of the ideas we had. It looks radically different today. We actually during the pandemic, where we couldn't travel to China at all, we got pictures from this place and saw how they had started to implement things already, and we were just so thrilled to see. You can also see here is a shopping street where we suggested to close off the roads and make it more like a walkable place. This, of course, were good again for this slower traffic flow that I've been talking about, and it was also really good for creating interaction between people and for having more gatherings. This was, of course, not super popular during pandemics, the interaction, but it's still very, very important in cities to design for community, to design for people to come together, and hopefully we're kind of back to being able to do that. So here is a quote from our client. It said, "The 4 strategies from towards a people-oriented waterfront has, with its simplicity and quality focus, helped us with the complexity of succeeding with the completion of 45 kilometers of connected public space along the Wangpu River in only a few years." So what we have created by following these 4 strategy is that we have actually made the riverfront accessible to 4.8 million people. And some more of those findings is that, so we have been out now to do this study and looked at how is it working. So the pictures made us excited, but how is it working? What came out of this? And what we did was actually both to look at social media posts, or like Weibo posts that it's called there in China, where we have tried to connect that with big data, online source data, statistics. Then we did questionnaires where we try to gather more qualitative data about how the service or how the users use it. And then we have done a lot of observation with our classical tool, which is public life, public space. Some of the findings here was that it had become more a place for kids. 28% come to the waterfront because it actually provides a place for people to play. There is so many other amenities, going back to this mixed amenities or this mixed space. So parents can come with their children and do something else while the children play. And also family gathering has become very popular. So people gather, they have picnic, and they can use this space to informally sit down and interact. It has also become more a safe riverfront, and there's a lot of research showing that if over 50% of the people using public space is women, it's often indicated that it's a safe place. And what we measured here, that the feeling of safety is absolutely there. 50% of the people were women, and especially in the evening. And it has even become very delightful to come out in the evening because of the lighting, and to go for runs or go to the cafe. So it's now more activated place in the evening too. It has also become more greener, more active riverfront. So adding the greenery and thinking in greenery is super important. And I think 1/3 of the visitor come to the riverfront because it's richer, more attractive. So not just aesthetical, but also when coming to the air and coming to the experience and coming to the biodiversity, and absolutely also the soundscape that is created with these kind of greeneries. You can see pictures here, how much greener it has become. Lovely to see with the greenery. And then I think the last takeaway I want to share is also how the riverfront is both global and local. So when you see the TripAdvisor, for example, this is number one of 1,345 things to do in Shanghai, which of course says something about the global approach that it has been reviewed. There's also the local people, about 78% is still visitors that live nearby when we do these surveys. So it's interesting to see how it's both global and local, and how it has actually reached out to many people. I'm going to move on to Foodscape. So this is actually a way to work with how we can actually use understanding of foodscapes to have a pathway to circularity and sustainability, especially. So understanding more of behavior in detail. We've worked with a lot of methods, both food place mapping and like we have used food as an engagement. We've had dinners. We've had a lot of different methods where we engaged people. And most of all, we've used our own tools. So we have a lot of apps we used, and this have been used to just look at food habits, where people, what's the age, what's the gender, what did they do when they eat, and so on. The case study we started with in Copenhagen, and this is kind of a classic Gale, is that we use Copenhagen as a test bed, and then we expand this over the world. So here we involved children, both in following, like we followed them a day with their permission, obviously, and then we involved them in what kind of design they wanted to see. And all of this were then brought together with local stakeholders like supermarkets, and we were doing campaigns in this, inviting street cars or street food. And then we tried to test how food is not just going to a grocery. For younger kids, it's also about being allowed to sit there and actually eat the food there. So it's not just price, it's also the physical space and the allowance to be there. We have, of course, done evaluation, and it had a huge effect on their choice of food, that it was actually brought to another physical context. So place really matters in this. They stayed longer and came more often, also to gather and interact and then eat more healthy. And of course, this has led us from this small prototype in Copenhagen to think about, wow, what if all Denmark did this? And what if we all started to think about moving the healthy food out to be more accessible in public space? And after that, we have been contacted by many cities. We have worked in Philadelphia, London, Bogota, and here also Ajuda, Portugal, with this. And what we see is that it differs. Place always matters. But for example, in Ajuda, Portugal, is that food options seems to be far away from where people live. So we can see that where people are spending time or where they live, there are really limited food options. So there's something with that. It's very detached where you live and how you eat food. There's also something with that the environment is built around food places that favors cars. So most people are actually walking, over 50% are walking, but it's still almost no place for walking. So this is a bit like the Times Square example I show. So there's something with like acknowledging and seeing that in these old areas in Portugal, in Ajuda, there's a problem with people walking, which actually makes the people buy less healthy food closer to their home because there's not the healthy food options. What we have seen is that bus stops might be actually a very important place, physical place to see behavior change and to actually invite people for more healthy food options. It could actually change food routines. It could actually be that these healthy, more cultural, like really good food could be placed more here. Maybe the more informal food options could be moved, and maybe we could actually reach out. Because what we see is also that many of the informal street food are actually really healthy compared to some of the shops. So how do we make room for another kind of supply chain? How can we actually make room for these smaller stakeholders to offer healthy food? And sometimes we've heard this from a lot of people we interviewed. It takes longer to wait for the bus than to shop for groceries. So that's also very interesting when coming to optimizing the way to and from healthy food options. So I'm moving a bit quickly here since I don't have too much time left. So please, if you have questions and you think I'm moving very fast, write them down. Stanford University is a project I want to mention mostly because I think it's very, very important when coming to architecture and cultural heritage and understanding how people belongs and relate to physical elements and built environment. We've been working for the Stanford Door School of Sustainability. It's a school that is dedicating to creating a future where human and nature thrive together. This vision will actually help guide how they will optimize and change the area, but also this new building they're doing. And one thing they're looking very much into here is that traditionally the school is built for inviting students and the faculty and academic staff. So it's very much built for a certain segment of people, where now they want to say, well, sustainability is also social sustainability, and we want to invite people that live in the close local neighborhood. We want to invite the neighbors and residents. So how do we do that, and how do we understand how to reach out to a bigger group of people? What we did was we used a new tool we developed. It's called the Eye-Level City app. This app is actually a photo voice. So what people can do is that they can go around and they can take photos and share it with us and annotate them with different takeaways. For example, if they think it's a nice place or not nice, their experience, whether it's connected to architecture or nature, and they can share very much on the go. So they can actually share how they feel in this very present moment, which is a big change to traditional questionnaires, where you kind of rationalize afterwards. So we had a lot of photos coming in that was tagged. Some were more positive, some were more negative. You can see here there were some negative photos coming in and often related to architecture. There were some positive photos taken too, which was often relating to people, atmosphere, and the nature. We had over 1,000 photos to work with and annotations, and many of them were very positively tagged, but the one that was negatively tagged has been something we really followed up on, because we think it's problematic that there are these very negative experiences. We tried to structure it so we understood what was actually seen, what was actually on most of them. And each of these tags were used on at least 48% of the photos. So there was something with mental well-being, architecture, physical comfort, atmosphere, inclusion, and these were the tags that was used very much. Then we had, so people that were a part of this, they self-defined in different groups. So when you signed up, you could kind of say which group you felt you represented. And what we could see here was that people of color, they were very much having a negative experience of the architecture and this very colonial, big culture connected to this monumental Stanford architecture. As you can see, there were comments like the places made me feel small and insignificant. There was also the more architectures reduced the sense of belonging. The architecture of a place can also be exclusionary. So the names of the architecture were also something people reacted to. We also had a group of people representing the LGBTQ, and they often had negative experiences that was connected to social exclusion. This is a comment saying, things that often made me feel unwelcome were elements that seemed to highlight the exclusivity of privacy of the campus, even though I'm a part of the community. it made me feel like there was a sense of who the right and wrong people to be on campus are. And then generally, I already mentioned, but the monumentality makes people feel very unwelcome. Coming back to that comment. And then there was also a comment about manicured nature, that it doesn't provide the same sense of belonging as more wild nature. And here it said, I did not feel belonging in places that are decorative, but not sustainable like palm trees. So this project, the findings from this we have worked with quite much and follow up on to actually help Stanford to implement it and to use it as a part of their social sustainability, to actually embrace this more and to remember that as soon as they open up and actually take down the fences, which has been there physically, they have to think about these aspects and they have to create more feeling of inclusion for more people, which I think is very important. And we have created guidelines and we have created some very concrete takeaways and suggestions that they can then take in regards to make this a more welcoming place. Finally, I want to mention this project because maybe you're sitting there thinking, have we worked in India? And yes, we have. And we are at the moment actually working on different projects. But one project that I personally have been quite involved with is one for the Foundation Bernard van Leer. It's called Urban 95. And it's focusing very much on how we can work with children-friendly cities and how we can invite for children to use public space and feel safe and make it accessible, and also their caretakers. As you can see here, we have created, there is a homepage called Celebrate Public Life, which you can go in and see. Here are some of the cities we worked with when coming, cities and countries we worked with when coming to Urban 95. And what we've been trying to do here is that we have had some different events where we have invited people from all over the world to come with their pictures of a favorite place or images of public life they really think is valuable to share. So this has been a very interesting thing. What we then also have done is to work with different cities in India and all over the world to actually try to meet people in the culture they're in the situation and momentum they're in the urban planning, to help use data and translate data in a way where you can strengthen some of this cultural identity and make it more relevant for the children in that city and their caretakers. And right now, Urban 95, the program is very much trying to grow in India. And of course, that is because a big part of the world's population is in India, and a very big part of this is children between 0 and 5 years old. So it's important to find out how we can make it more children friendly and how we can build upon all the really good qualities that are already there and to work with this accessibility. So summing up, my final slide here, cultural heritage is much more than a building. You have maybe thought about it today that, of course, Gale is probably not the most traditional company when coming to having a strong word or voice within cultural heritage. But on the other hand, you could say that to us, cultural heritage is more than buildings. It's about cultural identity of a place. It's very much to understand what that context is. It's understanding how to reserve and adapt use of buildings instead of building new. Like, how can we actually adapt behavior and invite for another behavior in order to optimize and qualify buildings existing. It's also about the life between building. We should use public space to host community events and celebrate traditions. Like I said before, like, how do you make room for communities to thrive and meet and share traditions? It's also making the surroundings more available through pedestrianization, hard word. So also very much like I've been talking about in the cases, like creating that room to explore and be part of the architecture, to have a lived experience, to embrace the surroundings instead of sitting in a car and just going by it and not exploring it. It's also about, finally, to better understand needs and aspirations of people through engagement. So I think citizen engagement is really important when coming to working with cultural heritage, embracing it like local stakeholders, like I mentioned in the Foodscape projects, citizens in general, city employees. Every people's voice is important to make sure we actually keep our good cultural heritage around the world. So focus on what we share, human behavior, and the places we share every day. Thank you. Now I can't hear anything if anyone is saying anything.
Thank you for that enlightening talk. I now ask our audience to please put forward their questions. Okay, I see several hands. Can we give them the microphone? 1, 2, and 3.
Please introduce yourself.
Please introduce yourself and then ask your question. We'll go one by one.
Stand up. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for a very interesting presentation and for that new world tour. My name is Ayman. I'm a third-year architecture student. So, looking at cities like Copenhagen, developed from a car-centric to a people-centric cities, obviously, it makes us very hopeful for the future of our Indian cities, especially since we are future urban planners and architects. So, my question is about when you design or propose these public spaces, how do you make sure that they actually get utilized by the public? You spoke about tools like public live data and surveying, which sort of helps you understand the needs of the people. Can you expand a little more about what is this data you are looking for? What are the conversations you want to start? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. It was a good question. Gives me the opportunity to unfold that part of it. So data we collect is often observational, and what we think is important when we gather data is the data transparency. So I think when coming to working with data in cities, trust is a big part, and sharing it with citizens is important. So what we often do is that when we have collected data, we try to find the best format to communicate it in to citizens, to be able to invite for questions, opinions, and actually it might sound like I'm talking about diagrams, but sometimes it could be a temporary installation, intervention, where we more invite for a certain activity based on the data we collected. So we're more trying an intervention to show citizens what it could be based on the data we collected. So that's a very strong, so I think the engagement can be in very different shapes, but it's always building on the data we gathered that is very place-based, very social, very environmental, telling something about that area. So, and then of course we always, or no, not always, often involve people in dialogue in the start, but to be honest, it comes down to whether the city want to do that. It's not up to us. When we work with the city, it's important that the city feel good about and safe about sharing data at certain points. So often it's up to them when to involve citizens. But we, of course, recommend some different situations. I don't know, was that an answer to your question? Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more question there.
Hello, am I audible?
Can you please stand up and introduce yourself?
I'm Bharat. I'm a third-year student of the Britain Army. Thank you for the talk. Actually, I'm a huge fan of Jan Gell's work, especially I'm a huge fan of his sort of human-centered approach and thinking about the human scale. We recently, I read Making Cities for People, so I'm still quite fresh in terms of the ideas discussed there. So my question is this: though there are several merits to Jan Gens's approach, I find them like applying it in thinking about spaces around me to be to reveal certain complexities. And to put an umbrella term, the global south context. For instance, the design interventions through Gels's approach really sort of champions pedestrians. In India too, we have a lot of pedestrian users in public spaces, but the difference being, I think, then let's say Copenhagen is that we have a lot more captive users than choice users, in the sense that people walk because let's say they can't afford a car. So in thinking about all of these complexities, I know you're working on a project in India. How do you sort of have a negotiation with the complexities that sort of emerge in let's say the global south context? I'm using an umbrella term again, and sort of keeping in touch with Jan Gens's approach. The second question, actually, the second question is about citizen engagement. My question is about so you're hearing a lot of voices. There are certain voices that are more louder than the others. So what about the voices that you do not hear? What about you alluded to this in your presentation when you talked about, let's say, citizens who are of, let's say, color. And I want to sort of dig more deeper in that in terms of how you actually engage in how more holistic perspective in terms of citizen engagement, because I found that very interesting that sort of emerged from your presentation. I hope I was coherent. Thank you.
Thank you. That was thank you for sharing your thoughts on it, and I think you're touching on some very, very relevant things. I think I'm going to try to see if I understood the questions right, but I think the first one was maybe more looking at how we can actually have this discussion in different contexts and cultures, that it's a very different starting point. I think so. Accessibility and affordability is two very, very important things. And I think it's very important, no matter what city you're in, to meet politicians where they're at. And I think one thing that I think is important is that for us, it's not like about car or no car, or about walk or not walk. I think it's about understanding the positive opportunities you might create by changing things. So I think for us, what worked really well, for example, at Times Square, was that showing a very positive scenario was kind of enough to change a lot of politicians' ideas. There was a discussion for many years before that about how to make car-free cities. It was already something people talked about then, but like, how do you actually show the opportunity that you're creating? I think in Shanghai, it was difficult for many years to work with the same approach, because there were a lot of opinions about that specific water. For example, there were like a lot of opinions about why would we activate it, what would that bring, and most of all, it was also used for transporting goods, and like there was a lot of other functions that they were afraid of taking away. And I think doing small interventions along the way and showing being bold enough to do small interventions along the way. If you find that one certain person that is crazy or smart or whatever word you will use enough to actually go in with this, you can actually get very far by then scaling the experience afterwards. So yeah, meeting the politician where we're at is important. And I think, so we have 35 nationalities hired at Gale. So we are people from all over the world working at Gale, which is also very important. And so we collaborate always in all countries with people with a local contextual understanding. Super important when coming to governance, just to say. When coming to the citizen engagement, I think this is such a huge topic. And when I heard you were like touching upon this, like involving minority groups, communicating this, and like there's to say that, first of all, there's a big culture difference between Scandinavian countries and US countries, just to say our own office, we actually speak about things different. We're very sensitive in Scandinavia to talk about diversity and have very few words on this. So we're kind of learning, where US is kind of used to other tensions and have a big vocabulary for this. I think it's very important to start to understand diversity on a scale where we actually understand that there are people feeling outside who do not feel included, and why. I think it's important to not talk about creating cities for people, for everyone, like we've always talked about, but actually dare to go down and say, why does this people not feel home? Because that's kind of the key to create a more inclusive and livable city. So we did the same project or similar, we used the same tool in Copenhagen that is supposed to be one of the most livable cities. And what we found out, there were 7 different minority groups represented, like LGBT+. There were blind people, deaf people. And in this, one of the findings were that no one of all the participants felt included or like they belonged in the central part of Copenhagen. And I think it's so relevant for what we all do within urban planning to then understand how we design for that one person to make that a new default to design for. So I think it's important to allow yourself to really focus on minority group and focus on zooming in to then be able to use this. Because universal design, I don't know, I'm not going to start a new discussion here, but is there anything like that? We're all different, and I think we have to understand that. So, sorry if I didn't answer your question. I'm trying to like figure that out.
No, gives me few things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a few questions here, and here. She has the mic, then maybe you can pass. There's one. Okay, hello, I'm Leona. I'm in my second year architecture. So I wanted to ask you, how do you strategize like the starting point that like when you get a project for like a new city or a new place which you have no idea about, how do you start the research process in the place to ensure that you're capturing, everyone's opinions and you're not propagating a single narrative of any sort? Because you're working in so many cities across the world, and each place has different kinds of people, different practices of the place. So how do you start a project when you are entering a new city or a new place for the first time?
So you're asking how we start a project, right? How we, So we have, of course, our processes and the way we always start to try to get to know a place by looking at data about the place and travel to the place. It was interesting during the pandemics where we couldn't travel, then we had to rely on data, and we actually did survey 50 cities without going there during the pandemic. It is, you can get far with data, but we always want to go there because it's very important. We go there and then we meet with local stakeholders, ambassadors that we can collaborate with. Gail very rarely works alone because we believe in, again, local collaborators. So we always start a project there. And when we start to survey, like and get to know a city, the scope very clearly comes. And obviously there's often a scope from a city or a company. They often know there's something wrong, but it's not always they know where to focus. So we're often hired to figure out what 2 or 3 points to look at and then continue working from that.
Thank you. One more question more, and then there, Kim, I think she has the mic in the back. Yeah. Hello. Can you please stand up and introduce yourself? Hi, I'm Tia. I'm a Florida architecture student. So my question would be, how does one approach cities where ethnic ghettos are, cities are divided by caste, religion? How does one approach such cities and design it?
I don't think I got the question. I'm sorry. It's like the sound was very Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Be louder. I think the mic is switched off. Be louder.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's just a bit yeah. Try again. Sorry.
Or quickly and say her. I think that mic is maybe not working well.
I've heard what everyone else said, so I'm thinking it might be.
I understood.
You got on the stage.
How is one approach cities that are segregated by caste or religion or have ghettos present?
So how it's I'm still a bit confused actually about the question, I think. How it's
if I can rephrase and correct me if I'm wrong, she's asking about cities that have ghettos around in Indian context, maybe around caste and gender, but otherwise around class and race in the Western context. So she's asking about how do we approach cities which are organized around ghetto or which have major ghettos.
So, oh yeah, okay. So more areas that are ghetto area. Did I hear right?
Yeah.
Like I'm working with this as a sorry. So like, oh, I think that's a huge topic. We work with it very much in US, and I absolutely recommend to check in our US projects when coming to this. We work incredible much with DEI, with like diversity, equity, and inclusion when coming to engaging people in ghetto areas or in areas that are less have less resources in general. And I think it's important also to understand their needs. Again, I think this engagement part is really important. We just worked in Seattle in an area that is kind of a nonprofit housing area that is struggling very much. It's an area with a lot of tension and an area with a lot of insecurity, unsafety, and what they have been trying to do for years. There is this community group that has been trying to reach out to politicians and kind of gotten support and like trying to like have politicians notice how troubled they are. And they contacted us actually to ask what we would do. So what we did was actually that we used some of our tools, the iLevel City app, to actually have citizens gather positive and less positive pictures. These we shared with the politicians for them to see that there are a lot of positive stories from the areas, but there's also a lot of tensions, there's challenges that needs to be handled. What we then did was that we invited them out to use the same app. So we did like a politician walk with them, and they actually came out with us in the area. And we also had 2 residents from the area that showed them around. And then we encouraged the politicians to also take pictures with our app to actually help document their experience with the area. And this, together with the residents' data, could then be used to kind of make the discussion even more visible and the tensions more visible, and kind of also the situation that it had to be handled. So I think it's kind of, we often use data to make it more visible that there is a challenge. And I think if using the data in the right way and translating it in the right way and communicating it in the right way, you can actually get far with areas that has a lot of challenges and tensions. Yeah.
Thank you. I think one more question there. We've been waiting for quite some time, and then.
Hi, my name is Van Shanaporia, Open Science Team. My question is in terms of when doing data collection methods, obviously you have projects all around the globe from Europe, America, but when it comes to global south nations such as India, where there is a total factor of caste and class, which is actually a little more unique in the situation coming from like these other projects. How do you deal with, capturing the voices of the voices, which happens especially within the caste systems in India? And how do you also further developing on that for people that have, for example, not that great access to technology or are from what uncomfortable doing it. How do you ensure that people who have opinions, who have voices, but are not digital means to do so, are able to use, for example, your application or your data collection method? How do you think they sort of strategy within that discussion?
So I heard you mention that there's another culture when coming to cars, for example. Or did I hear that right?
You said car in India, not cars. So recently we're talking about since the project we talked about focus a lot on data. So we're focusing on the question of accessibility of data. So not everybody can use digital means, especially in the global south, including India. So how do you tackle this problem? And collecting data from the socially marginalized groups in Indian context that can be of caste and religion, but and especially these groups that don't have the they don't have access to technology or smartphones, and how to collect data from that. I mean, a lot of people have that question and they comes.
I don't know if there's something with the room that it's like it's so if not having access to technology. So sorry, I can't hear the question.
Can you hear when I speak?
Sorry?
Can you hear when I speak?
I can hear now, but it's like the room is kind of, I don't know what's going on, or if it's my hearing that is just getting worse or something.
If I speak closer to the laptop, can you hear me?
That's better, yes.
Okay, so the question was around questions of socially marginalized groups that might not have access to digital means. So how do we go about collecting data from them, and how does your having sort of meta data even address their inclusion?
Yes. Okay. Now I heard it. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that's a really good question. Most of the projects we have been doing in South America has been without technology. We have been out observing, not using technology, and we have been doing it in a very, I would say, old-fashioned way, on paper with pens, just like Jan Gehl did 50 years ago. We still do that in South America, observing. I do think that it's super important question when coming to who do we like the biases in data. I think it's a super important matter that we have to acknowledge that there's a huge group of people that we do not capture with our data because of exactly what you're asking, and that's probably also what you said. And I think for us, therefore, it's important that we connect many different data sets. It's very rarely that we use one way of collecting data. We use, for example, observational data together with questionnaires, together with our other apps, together with big data, together with it's important to have a lot of data sets, but it's also important to go out and explore the area you're working with, because there will be people you do not capture, and that could either be gender specific, it can be different age groups, it can be different like people with different incomes. It's very, very hard to capture that. And I think you're really touching upon a theme that is extra important in our digital times, is that there is a risk that we will become experts, all of us, in one group of citizens. And therefore, it's very encouraged from our side, and we're trying to do it all different ways we can, to go out there, to be there, to talk to people, just like we've always talked to people. So I think that's also why I would say smart cities and digital cities, it's like, if you cannot work bottom up, it can be challenging if you only work with big data sets. So I think there's a reason why Gehl has never really had a strong voice within smart cities. Yeah.
Follow-up question. Yeah, can you please speak up, or I will come here? I think that this is better if you speak into the laptop.
I hear you very clear when you talk there. Yeah.
Just come here. If you use the laptop audio, it's better. Just speak into the laptop.
Thank you.
No, speak into the laptop, not even the microphone.
like for the people that speaking.
So, like, my other question is, when you go to, for example, projects outside your nation, how do you, for example, go across collecting data in terms of, obviously these environments have complexities, you have a different scenario or even setting which is, for example, unknown to you, unfamiliar with you. So when you go across collecting these data forms, say for example, again back to India, do you like, how do you obtain the data in a way that not only is it like suitable for the context, it's also like how do I put this? Like, you can understand the local sort of setting in a much better manner. So how do you go across getting that? Is my question.
So how do we find that data also? You're thinking that there's other cultures, just like, for example, in Shanghai, we work with another social media, this Weibo, for example. How do we know that? Or how do we find that? I think... Yeah.
So I was asking more in terms of how do you understand the very local setting or very local urban fabric, and how do you, as an outsider, learn to understand this very complex relationship, which is somewhat unfamiliar and which is basically unfamiliar towards you. Yeah. So.
It's so good question and such a valid question, because we do feel we are a global company acting locally, and I think it comes back to, I think, what I've touched upon before, that we would never work alone. Gail would never go into a project alone. We would always have local collaborators, whether that's not a company we work with, or if it's a university. We work with a lot of universities around the world, whether it's it's really important to us to have local stakeholders, not just like, I mean, we have 3 persons hired from India, but that does still not represent India. So we have to have local stakeholders from the specific city we work with that can actually help us understand it and can actually help us shape the guidelines and shape the recommendations. So I think I would say that would be my strongest recommendation to all companies that works globally, is to always work with someone local. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have one more question. Maybe you can introduce yourself and use the mic as well and speak into the audio as well. Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm Sumedha. I'm a second-year architecture student. So my question is, are there instances where your intervention didn't turn out in the way you'd hoped it would? So, like, there are examples from India. There's this riverfront project called the Sabarmati Riverfront Project. So we expected that a lot of people would actually come and engage there, use that, but that's not actually the case. So have there been similar instances where, the number of people that you'd expected to, actually come there and use that space, that didn't happen? So,
yeah, I mean, that's super good question, and it's often sensitive for people when doing evaluation when it's not successful, right? I would say that we always look at very many parameters, and it's very rarely that it's not one of them that it's succeeding on, because the intervention are based on local data, and it is taking that as start point, and local knowledge and like what the need is there. When that's being said, it's very important for us that having, for example, more people come is not always the success criteria. It can also be like some places we have studied in around like Charlotte in US, like we've worked in some different cities there, and also in South America, Bogota. I think it has been interesting to see how, no, we didn't get more people to come, but we made people stay longer, or we actually made people interact more with each other and talk more. And I think that's really interesting when that happens, because it's kind of, that's also what I mean with the many different parameters, that I think most important for us is to understand what behavior we can change, and whether those change. I would say if nothing changed, I would say then we have to like refine it, because that will be kind of not using funding the best possible way if just giving up. So then we would refine it until we would invite for a certain behavior. But yeah, I think it's really interesting with the different evaluations, and you can find many of our reports online where we actually go into all these different parameters, like how many more children came? Did you interact more? There's actually a very interesting survey we've done together with someone called Kaboom in the US that is about evaluating play on the way, which is then not playgrounds, but how you can make children play on the way. And it's really interesting to see how, for example, children are interacting more or staying more, but it doesn't really mean that there are more children coming. And I think this is just as relevant as inviting more people.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Do we have one? We have more questions. We have one more question. Can I please request you to come here?
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, actually, it's better with it. Thank you. Hi, Gisela. This is Benson from Danish Cultural Institute. Do we know each other?
I recognize you.
You are making these people, I mean, these people have been at a conference all day since the morning, and here it's about 7 p.m. So you must have some ability to engage people getting all these questions.
I'm impressed.
I'd like you to tell us a little bit more about the Bernard van Leer projects in India and what it means to do urban planning for 0 to 5 year old kids and their caretakers. And especially in relation to, you mentioned using the nooks and crannies, because in India the cities are very densely built and it may be very difficult to close off a stretch of road for cars and turn it into a pedestrianized area, whether it's for people drinking coffee or people walking from the metro on their daily way to or from work. So you talked about nooks and crannies, and that's often in these densely built Indian cities, there is often not much more than nooks and crannies. And you mentioned using the nooks and crannies right at the grocery shop where people have to go anywhere. Could you say a little bit more what it means to plan in nooks and crannies and for children of 0 to 5 and how this Bernard van Leer projects have made these newer digital tools available for people who may not otherwise be able to access your digital tools?
Thank you for adding all of that. It's good. I didn't mention all of that. So thank you. It's good we talked before, so you can remind me. I think, so maybe starting off where you ended, yes, we have developed or adjusted our one of our core tools for Bernard van Leer. So when you go into Urban 95, there is tools there that can actually be used for free through Urban 95. And these tools have children focus. So when you use these tools, you will be guided to what data is important to understand when observing how children and their caretakers use the public space. It's very interesting to design for children between 0 and 5, and it's very much more nuanced than many of our other tools when coming to age groups, because it's very different if a child is 1, 3, 5 or older. It's a very, very big difference when you design for these different age groups. So therefore it's more nuanced. We have been trying these tools, as you can see on the map, all over the world, and it's super different. Both what data you can find, how safe children feel in space, what the culture is to use public space. Many places in the US, it's actually behind fences. It's not public, and many other places in the world, it's the same. So Scandinavia is a very special place that everything is open and you can just use it. And there's trust, and there's we are aware of what kind of testbed Copenhagen and Denmark is. When that's being said, I think what is interesting in India also with working with Bernard van Leer is it is difficult to close roads. It's difficult to just take out the car. That's a kind of a loose and vague recommendation to give. I think what is important is to understand how to use vacant spaces and the space in between. And that takes knowledge in kind of mapping where those vacant spaces are. It takes that understanding what amenities and people that live close to the vacant spaces to actually invite those people to use those vacant spaces and create smaller distances between where people live and where they go to school and these vacant spaces. So I think it's about, again, like understand the places and understand how to use the vacancy, and how to make it as safe as possible, making it very easy with wayfinding, making it clear who can use it, making it inviting, have light in the evening. There's a lot of things you can do with vacant spaces that would already create more livability and playfulness than there is before that place is there. So in other words, you can create new positive opportunities even though you can't close the road for traffic. It doesn't have to go together, even though having more walkability will of course create safe routes between those points. But it's more to say you have to start somewhere, and I do understand that closing road takes a lot of infrastructure change. I mean, it didn't happen over one night in New York like the Times Square I showed. It was not like we proposed it and then the day after all the traffic was gone for this. Like, it takes time. So working with traffic and infrastructure might be the long-term strategy. We also worked with Market Street in San Francisco. It took 10 years from we started to end to close a piece of Market Street for traffic. So it takes time wherever we work, it takes time. So starting with smaller interventions, starting with activating vacant spaces is such a good start. And please do have a look on Urban 95. You can even Google Urban 95 in India, and you can see like how cities are working with this in India with us, among others.
Thank you very much. With this, we will conclude this session. Thank you, Ms. Tenfeld, for talking to us through several examples and shedding light on how human-centric design can create interventions in urban planning, and digital tools can help us move forward and solve several rather complicated urban challenges. So with this, we come to the end of our day one of our conference. Thank you everyone for your attention and your participation. We will resume tomorrow for our day two at 10 o'clock. I now request our speakers and our guests to proceed for dinner. And can we have a round of applause for our first? I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
Throughout the class, some of our mics are maybe not that good, but maybe could you hear that? Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking out your time.
Thank you. And thank you for pronouncing my name. Thank you for pronouncing my name fantastic in the start. There's not many people that can actually pronounce my name. So I'm always curious how people will say it. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you once again.
Take care.